So I can do that. Kennedy. It's not here. Henning.
Here.
Platt. Here. Fine. Not here. Hinkley. Here. And let the minutes reflect latecomers when they come in, so we have a record of who actually did show up when. Okay, a pretty ambitious agenda and a couple of new items to point out to you. That commissioner procedures is one that Commissioner Kennedy and I had some discussion of, including David and Joe, so we might want to move that depending on what his availability is. And then the idea there was to use that as a chance to talk about, in general, staff reports and scripts and just kind of the tools that we're using here. We tend to do that kind of en route, which is appropriate, but our applicants would like to try to keep us focused on their business when they're on board. So are there motions to, are there any additions, amendments, suggestions for the agenda?
Well, Bert, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Will commissioner procedures be where we can ask some general questions to the staff?
Sure. No, I mean,
Okay.
my notion is that's just a
Yeah.
discussion, and we're not allowed to take, pass legislation here, but the thought was that let's engage these guys in that basic notion of every month we rely on them to queue things up for us. If there's a way they could do that better, short of coming around and holding my hand, although there's a fair amount of that happens, then let's let them know how they can be most helpful to us. Okay, that was my thought there. So specific amendments to the agenda. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Short on movers and seconders, aren't we? All right. So we moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Done. Okay, we have the minutes from the last meeting that were distributed. Are there amendments to those minutes? I have one thought that's coming to us through Commissioner Kennedy, and maybe that falls under my procedures. But let's see how you guys feel about it. He was concerned that when the vote was not unanimous, that minutes should reflect who voted how. Which I had some sympathy for. So I don't know what the right answer is, but
I thought we were briefly doing that.
well, it's been inconsistent.
Right.
There was a vote on page 4, for example, that is simply reported as votes for what. So we could make that an amendment to specify, even though we can't say what the specification was. I think that would be acceptable. I always look over to Matt when I use that word. If someone would like to make that motion.
I do have a request for that.
Please.
If you do vote against, the crowd or whatever, if you could put a reason, that way I don't have to speculate what your reason is. If like from a previous discussion, that would be great.
Yeah, we do not need a reason to vote no.
Right.
We have, as a body, we need a reason to accept a motion. But it's only in the affirmative that we have an obligation to explain what we're up to. So, all right, so is there a motion to include the names of who voted how on, that would be specifically item A, the Howell Acre subdivision.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second? I'll second. Is there further discussion of that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Good. So going forward, will that just be standard procedure? We'll make that dedication.
Yeah, we can discuss that in our procedures, but I think that would be the sense of it unless we are.
There's no reason not to, so Joe can do that.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I move to approve the minutes.
As amended. Second,
Second.
further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And that gets us to disclosures. Ms. Sandy?
I have nothing to
I've
say.
not.
I just wanted to comment along those lines, in that we have increasingly been discussing the impact of subdivisions on groundwater quality, which is something that's in my professional purview. I just wanted to make it clear for the record that I do not do any such work in Albany County since I joined the Planning and Zoning Commission, and nor do I intend. I've never done any paid work for the county. I do work for the city periodically in my capacity as a water resources engineer and hydrogeologist. So, hearing no further disclosures, we can move on into applications. Let me remind ourselves and our audience, the procedure is that we will take a report from the staff, including questions and answers from the commission. We'll invite the applicant to address their application and we will stand for questions. Then we'll open officially these are public hearings, to public comments. If you are making a comment, please state your name and address and confine your remarks to 3 minutes if possible. Try not to repeat what we've heard before and stay generally on topic. There's a general public comment period at the end of our meeting for non-agenda topics, in which case you can air your grievances or present your congratulations as you please. But that's at the end. That public comment will then close and will be followed by a commission discussion and a motion, which will then be ideally would dispose of the application request one way or the other. Okay, first item is the City of Laramie Tower application LUCT 0222. Mr. Birch.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I will let you know that Mike Lytle's on from the City of Laramie. He's representing this application. He's having a little bit of a hard time hearing with some of the background noise in the room. I'm not sure exactly how to stop.
Can we turn the thermostat down?
That's what I don't know if I just turn it down. I hit some button here.
No, not that one.
I don't know. We'll see. See if that does anything. But anyways, just so you know, he is here.
Does one of the commissioners' things need to be muted? Is that why?
The only ones that are up are ours.
Well, we'll invite Mr. Lytle to speak up if you aren't hearing something that you want to hear.
Okay.
I will.
Okay, thanks, Mike. All right. One other kind of housekeeping thing. I may run out of the meeting for a few minutes or somebody coming by just to talk to you real quick. So I'll run back. But it'll probably be when Joe's talking. He can handle anything, any questions you guys have. So.
He's got most of the agenda tonight as it is.
I know. This is normal. All right, so this is a tower application. The City of Laramie's applied for a 45-foot radio tower on their property that's out on North 3rd Street. This is basically they'll be using it for information from the water system, whatever they send to other places, I guess. Mike can explain that if you have questions. We did submit this for review. The reviews that we did get back, Jake Schneider noted that the tower design package should be certified by a Wyoming licensed engineer. And then no other concerns were really listed from those that looked at that. So really the findings necessary for approval for this application include that it's not going to affect the public interest, that the applicants provided the required site plans and survey, and then the applicant is addressed the impacts, which the impacts that they need to address are visual impacts, environmental impacts, co-location requirements, exterior lighting, screening and buffering nuisances, and air traffic safety, which the applicant has addressed each of those. They also have to provide a statement allowing the Albany County the right to install a communication antenna on the tower if requested. So basically, in a nutshell, the applicant wants to install this 45-foot tower for radio. And basically, the site is already developed. It's paved and everything. It's the old Biotech site. It will meet all the minimum standards from the tower regulations. required documentation was provided. They didn't provide contours on the site plan, but I'm not sure that would add any relevant information since the site is already developed. And the proposal should have minimum impacts on the surrounding area. The one thing that we're waiting for, as noted by the county engineer, the county engineer, is just a stamp on the plans or letters that's stamped. I mean, they're pretty much packaged plans, what they get. So they've been designed. They just didn't get the stamped version of them. So I'm not too worried about that, and we should have that before the Board of County Commissioners meeting. And then, so findings, let's see, where am I at here? Findings of fact, the findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis referenced in this report are adopted as findings of fact, or findings reflecting that the applicant has adequately addressed the specified impacts and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution, and staff recommends approval of this application. So, are there any questions for myself?
Questions, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Gertsch. I guess so I am wondering about the PE stamp a little bit, because I looked at the literature that came with the sort of out of the box tower product, which is, I appreciate that the tower has no lights and no guidelines. I mean, it's a nice compact design. It's nice that they're putting it behind the profile of a almost as tall as the tower building. I mean, there's very little you could complain about with this tower, but I struggled to find the part in their pamphlet where I saw that it rated for the 130-mile-per-hour winds. I saw up to 110 for 3-second gust with no ice on it. It just made me wonder if you don't get the PE stamp, I guess that'll be the city's concern if it crumples up on them on their campus. But I wondered about the engineer design.
Yeah, and like I said, we'll make sure we can put that as a condition, just that we get that stamp before it gets approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So that's a condition you guys can put on this.
Thanks. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I currently have engineering associates working on that stamp right now. They said it would be a couple of weeks.
I don't have anything. Nor have I. With the applicant, Mr. Lytle, would you like to address us on any matter?
Just a couple of points of clarification. This is the telemetry tower to control the water system for the city of Laramie. So it's a pretty critical component to our water system. Without it, the new offices won't have any sort of communication with the pumps and the wells and all of that infrastructure around the city. So we're counting on this.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lytle? Hearing none, are there public comments? We're a little short on public, but if you guys care to address radio towers. Okay, hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and proceed to a commissioner discussion. Is there further discussion? Not. Would somebody like to propose a motion on this item?
I moved, Mr. Chairman, to recommend approval of the City of Laramie Tower application LUCT-02-22 to the Board of County Commissioners adopting and incorporating staff analysis, findings of fact, conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion of the formal motion. Hearing none, Ms. Handy. Hanning. Not a Freudian slip. How do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Black? Aye. Hinckley votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Second up is Cocktail Subdivision, final plat application SB 1121. Well,
All right. The applicant and owner is James Osborne, located at 1 Cottontail Drive. The request is approval of a final plat and subdivision permit. Current zoning is urban residential. Current use is residential. Access will be from Cottontail Drive. There were some reviews. Karen Bowman, senior GIS analyst, had no concerns. Bill Gorman, county engineer, had concerns about the preliminary plat, but they were taken care of. And then Luke Hawkins, chairman, said that a hydrant would not be required for development, but best practice would be to add a hydrant. He also recommends the Hall Water Program. Summary of subdivision permit requires 7 Mile Water District will provide the water. Sewage will be served from individual septic systems. Those systems will need to be applied for through the county planning department. A storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Bill Gorman, county engineer. Carbon Powered Light provides service to the area. Postal service is existing. The post office will provide service to all new lots. Improvements to Cottontail Drive are proposed. Covenants with the road maintenance plan, which has been provided, will need to be filed with the final plat. Financial assurance will need to be provided before the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Fire protection will be provided by Albany County. Notice has been provided in accordance with the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. Findings of fact. The findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. Staff analysis, the subdivision is being proposed in an already developed area. The lots will be accessed from Cottontail Drive. The addition of 3 lots should not create any substantial impacts in the area. The final plat complies with the standard of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. At the February 1st, 2022 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners approved the variance request from road standards to be able to have a 58-foot right of way. Staff recommendation is approval of the Cottontail subdivision final plat application SD 1121 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report with the condition of working with the fire district to add a new hydrant to the area.
Thank you. Questions of staff? What?
I don't have any.
Staff?
Just to notice. So the applicant and the applicant's engineer are not present.
Correct.
And you already all know how I feel about this subdivision, right?
Yep.
So you're not, I mean, vote wise here, because we're down a couple commissioners. I'm just wondering if maybe tabling this is the fair way to go.
Are there time constraints that would preclude that?
I emailed Jake to see if he was coming. I haven't heard back. So
I'm thinking in terms of we're required to decide with a certain time.
Applicant isn't here, we're allowed to table.
yeah, you are.
So does that give a grace period to the time period? Does it sort of discontinue it or?
If they set a date, would that be like table it to the next meeting?
Well, when was the application itself turned in?
And well,
So
for
that's the 45 days.
for the subdivision application?
I mean, yeah,
This-
I mean, we did
this-
preliminary plat in March, so.
Okay, well, since that is not defined in our regulations, I would say equitably and pursuant to our rules, since they're not present. And it seems that the commission has questions they would like to ask the applicant. I think tabling would be appropriate.
There is a note on our agenda that doesn't have the force of regulation that suggests this, and one could not say they
I
have.
believe it's in the bylaws.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right, now, that's not saying we're going to do that, but that's a good clarification. Other questions for staff? This is one where, as a generic part of the staff reports, a little history would be useful. This one, for example, has a history of the final preliminary plat with conditions. So would you walk us through how that all came together and what happened?
Your condition for the preliminary plat was to send back a letter to DEQ. I know they sent back a letter that basically said they stand by their decision. So, yes, that's.
And those two letters were included in the packet.
They were not.
An amendment to the packet.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
So for those listening to this now or in the recording, be aware that the letters that we're talking about
Yes.
were made public. Okay, I'll save my comments on that till we get to our discussion. I have no other specific questions for staff at this point. Okay. And there is no comment from the applicant because we have no applicant. Are there public comments? And you guys are standing in for the public here. You got to rise to the challenge.
Oh, here comes Jake now.
What do we got?
About
Jake's
Jake's
in.
Century.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, are you here on behalf of the Osborns? Oh, he's connecting, okay.
Can you hear us, Jake?
There he is.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm sorry I'm late. I didn't realize this was tonight.
Okay, we're good. Your timing is just short of too late.
Well, good. I'm sorry about that again.
Okay, we had just heard a report from staff on the Cotton Hill subdivision final plat application, and we're opening it for comments from the applicant. Stand for question. Are you here on behalf of Mr. Osborne?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Are there questions for the applicant?
I don't have any questions.
Sandy?
I said, do I have questions?
I guess my question would be in relation to the letters that went back and forth between us and DEQ. Were you guys involved in that at all, or do you have any comments on that?
All I can say is that Dennis sent that response back, and Jackie reached out to him briefly to just discuss a little bit with him. And it was a really short conversation, and he basically said, you know, we review it within our bounds of what we see, and I think his determination, or his determination was based on the fact that the water quality was so bad, like the sulfates, the constituents in the water was so bad that it wasn't even potable for livestock. And he said he didn't even go any further than that. He got to that point and he was like, we're not going to contaminate the water anymore, so we have no adverse we are making a recommendation of non-adverse to that effect because of that water quality.
Who was he? Who did she talk with? You said he?
Jackie in our office, she talked with Dennis Lewis, who is the DEQ reviewer in Cheyenne for this DEQ region.
So I'm troubled that the letter that we received from Mr. Lewis made no mention whatsoever of that point. Comments on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was, we got the letter, we just reached out to him briefly and to make sure that he understood what we were presenting and make sure everybody was on the same page of what we were proposing to do. And after we got where we were copied on your letter, Mr. Hinckley, and we were also copied on the response to DEQ. And we just discussed it with them, like I say, quite briefly. And it was, that was kind of the bulk of what his comments kind of alluded to.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other thoughts you want to contribute to this discussion or any other questions? Matt, did you have something?
No, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schneider, for coming on the call. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
So now we're hearing, and you've mentioned this before, that the water quality out there is such that it's not being used for drinking water, that it has high sulfate, high TDS. But your report also talks about, if I'm not getting my subdivisions mixed up. The underlying geology at this site is hydraulically connected with the Laramie River and 7 Mile Lake with no confining layer. And so if you rerun the Werman model and you use some different numbers, you're going to exceed the 10. And so that's not a drinking water concern, but is it a surface water quality connection between groundwater, surface water concern? And I guess I've lost track. It's been a while since I looked at the TMDL map for the Laramie rivers as to which segments are impaired and whether or not this is along any of those segments. So anyway, I just wondered if you had any thoughts about the protection of the river.
I can't speak to that too intelligently. It's kind of a little bit beyond my groundwater. Hydrology is not exactly my purview of practice. That's why I kicked this over to Jackie. But I do know that we're adding 3 more buildings there, and as we've discussed before, and I think I misspoke in our previous meeting about how many more lots could be in there, and I sent you an email about that. There's a significant amount of houses already there, and from my perspective, it seems as though adding 3 more is, from this subdivision, is not going to drastically increase the nitrates or any of the sewerage constituents to the water and degrade it any more than it potentially already could be. And I don't know how far the nitrates would travel down, but I would agree with you that I think that it could have some level of impact on the river if it made it down that far and was to be able to percolate or percolate out of the ground into the river. But as to those effects and to understand what they might be, I don't know that I can speak intelligently to that.
Well, I see your point about what's already going on out there, mass transport wise, and what's being incrementally added to it. So I appreciate the reminding me of that. Thanks. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Okay, let the record reflect the appearance of Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Thine. Gentlemen, we are in the midst of the Cottontail subdivision final plat application. We've heard the staff report and have Jake Schneider here as representative of the applicant. Do either of you have questions for the applicant on this matter? Commissioner Kennedy?
I do not.
Stein?
And I assume that the earlier item on the agenda has been taken care of as well.
We'll take that up in just a moment, Mr. Stein.
No questions at this time.
Then we'll thank the applicant and open this item to public comments. Are there any public comments? Hearing none, we'll close that and move on to the commission. With one interruption. Yeah, Commissioner Kennedy, I noted as we were talking about the agenda, there was one item there that we called commissioner procedures. That was one that you had weighed in on. Would you like us to move that up on the agenda to accommodate your schedule? What's your situation?
Actually, I traveled in a 55 zone for an hour and a half at 40 miles an hour, so I'm a little late. But the bright side of that is my flight is delayed, and I certainly hope you don't last until quarter till 10 tonight. So I think I'm good the rest of the meeting.
We'll just stipulate to that. Okay, then we'll just leave the agenda as is then, if that's acceptable to you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, commissioner discussion and motions on Cottontail subdivision. Mr. Platt.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
As a water professional, and Sandy, you can weigh in too. Water professional me. So this water is poor that we're talking about is being impacted. The distance from this development to the river is about 3,000 feet or so. Is there a real concern here with these 3 houses being added? I mean, is it going to have some significant impact that you're concerned about in your judgment?
I'm not concerned. I always like to see things thoughtfully considered with appropriate research and documentation. So I guess to respond to your question as asked off the top of my head, no. Is that?
Yeah, no, I guess I agree. This has been a complicated zoning matter to me from the start. When you look at the existing water quality out there and the fact that they're going to be receiving high quality water from the city, it's a good housing opportunity. And it's probably incrementally not going to make it any worse than it already is.
And then also, since we're all here now, are you still interested in tabling this or?
Well, no, now that everybody's here, then it all has a fighting chance.
Okay, Mr. Chair, that's all my questions.
Okay. Did you have anything just by way of our discussion?
No.
Mr. Kennedy, you had thoughts on this before we go to a formal motion?
None on my part. Thank you.
Mr. Stein?
No, Mr. Chairman, not at this time.
My comment is I'm troubled by DEQ. The answer that was communicated to us by the applicant is substantially different than what was communicated to us by DEQ in their letter. And I suspected that may have been what they were thinking. And we basically invited them to tell us that. And for some reason, they came up with a completely off base, off point, non-responsive answer. That's not the applicant's fault. So I'm struggling with what to do with our condition. We did hear back from DEQ in a completely unsatisfactory manner.
Mr. Chair, may I ask?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Are we referring to the letters that you wrote to DEQ and that DEQ responded to?
Yes.
Specifically? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Bill, recall when we first saw this, we were unhappy with the analysis of the potential impacts on groundwater quality for some specific reasons, and we approved the preliminary plat to go forward with the condition that those be resolved with DEQ. Through me, then wrote a letter to DEQ posing those questions, and they remain unresolved. So where are we procedurally?
Yeah,
Yeah, the conditions, well, what were you gonna say, Mr. Stein?
I have to agree first, I wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing, not the applicant's package per se, but a comment that you made, a technical comment and DEQ's answer. And I have to say, I'm not sure how that procedurally links in to the application, but I absolutely agree. They had no response that was meaningful to your question, which was meaningful question, if I may put it that way. And I have to agree with your technical analysis. They were non-responsive. And I don't know where that leaves us as commissioners, I guess is what I'm trying to ascertain. Because I do feel like the applicant has put forward the application and made their argument coherently. The question is, what do we do now as commissioners when the state is non-responsive on a significant issue? What ballpark does this go into now?
No, fair question. We have Mr. Ayers thumbing through his statute book there. And this is a good example of what I had in mind for the later agenda item of groundwater nitrate modeling discussion. So I guess my feeling is, do we burden this applicant with that issue, or do we try to resolve it independently with DEQ? Additional thoughts, Mr. Ayers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In Mr. Lewis's letter, he did say that the Planning and Zoning Commission, I guess, was free to amend the findings of DEQ. I have not seen such authority as I was looking this afternoon.
That's what DEQ said at our work meeting on February 11th. I was re-listening to that tape recently, and Jennifer, she says, hold on, I wrote it down because I caught my ear. Where did she write it down? That's the question. The county can accept or not accept the review. That's at minute 11 of the recording. For what it's worth, she doesn't cite where it's from, but she says it there that they do the review. We can take it or leave it. Is kind of how she put it. But I don't know what the citation is for that.
And I have not been able to find it thus far. So, it is the requirement.
I think it's just that they're a reviewing agency. But,
So
just
reviewing
as the assessor is, just as, other people.
That you could take it or leave.
What I heard at meeting, maybe I heard wrong, but what I understood was that we could not take it if we wanted it here to have more stringent requirements.
I heard that as yet another option, which was
You took notes and I didn't.
well, I don't know, different brains can interpret what they hear different ways, right? Especially when you're not a lawyer. So it'd be interesting to follow up on, and I agree, Mr. Chair, we're already going off on the tangent of the Chapter 23 review, and this applicant probably doesn't want to spend the time that way. But if you go off of the word of the DEQ from that, then we could agree to not accept the outcome of the review, but still agree that we're not concerned about water quality because of the already impacted existing ITDS sulfate.
I would point out in response to Mr. Williams' concepts, DEQ is a kind of a super reviewer. I mean, they're mentioned by name in our statutes, and there are certain timelines that key to them, and I think we are required to explain why we don't agree if we don't agree. I remember that correctly. So what, did you have something else you were going to add, Mr. Harris, at this point?
Well, essentially, under our regulations and also statute, there has to be a study evaluating the sewer disposal system and the adequacy and safety of that system. The study has to sufficiently address the adequacy of the proposed system in relation to water uses in the vicinity of the subdivision that may affect the adequacy of the system. So it would be the study that would ultimately, I suppose, like be the basis for an issue with an application, not necessarily DEQ's recommendation, if that makes sense.
It does indeed, and I was trying to
Yeah.
point out
Yeah.
that we have in our own regulations for subdivisions a requirement that we be satisfied that it is adequately served water, wastewater,
Correct.
right? Whether we ever heard of DEQ. So in the absence of, how do the findings flow? In the absence of an analysis of that we found adequate, are we deeming the application incomplete? What procedurally are we doing if we wish to continue our desire for a respectable analysis?
Yes, it would be that that the board does not find that the study of the proposed sewage system has adequately or has addressed the adequacy of the system in relation to water uses in the vicinity of the subdivision, which may be affected.
And that would be a reason for rejecting the application or for tabling it, or where would that lead us procedurally?
Either if you were to use that for rejecting or tabling.
And would we be in compliance with the timelines that we discussed earlier? Logic would say yes, if the application is inadequate to do its job.
Yeah.
Then we can't do our.
And we're beyond the 45 days at this point, as is.
Anyway. Okay, so thoughts from our Zoomers, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Stein?
Mr. Thine, you're muted.
You're muted, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm confused because clearly as a commissioner who's also a professional geoscientist, the response by DEQ is inadequate and unprofessional, frankly. And I don't know where this leaves the applicant. Because, you know, on the one hand, I am pro-growth and I want things to happen. And on the other hand, I know that this is professionally inadequate. And it begs a larger question as well. You know, this is an ongoing issue in the county. That's clear. And, you know, we saw it most recently reflected over the past 4 or 5 years in the Aquifer Protection Zone. But, you know, this is not the Aquifer Protection Zone. This is a different place. Yet it's the same issue that's rearing its head. And so I'm wishing to understand what we as commissioners can and can't do. And what I'm hearing is, well, you can say it's inadequate and then we need a study. Well, who study? Who pays for that study? How does that work? What's the timing? What's the, you know, the details of that particular outcome? The other outcome is you just keep saying yes to a building problem, and we essentially play musical chairs, you know, with which development's going to be left out, and all successive developments are going to be stopped because of water quality issues. So I'm sort of struggling to understand both our role as commissioners and what the county's administrative mechanism is for, this situation we find ourselves in. So that's where I am.
I guess Mr. Harris can correct me, but what I'm hearing from him is that, and we should remind ourselves, we're under no obligation to approve an application simply because it has come forward to us by well-intentioned applicants. And in fact, our charge is to affirmatively find that the applicant has satisfied our requirements. Is that fair?
Correct.
And if we cannot find that, which I'm hearing we cannot, given the materials that have been brought forward by the applicant, that is indeed the applicant's responsibility. Fair? Other thoughts?
So I'm wondering what's going to change had the DEQ report been adequate? You assess the water quality being poor. And that to me answers the question about the adequacy of the proposed sewage system.
I am sympathetic to that, but on the other hand, I really don't like the idea of us. Well, they would have said this if we had asked of this. I have an opinion of how this would go, but I'm quite reluctant for us to be doing the applicants, consultants, and DEQ's work for them. So I think I'm hearing what you're saying, Mr. Platt, but I don't like the precedent of us saying, oh, we know what you mean, go ahead. That disturbs
Mr.
Amen.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question of, and I wasn't in on the earlier discussion, but I've read the entire packet. My question is, and I stand for correction, but I believe that the DEQ letter did specify that each lot on this had to do a percolation test to determine whether or not they need a mounted system. Is that accurate? Or am I mistaken there?
I don't know about that, but the discussion we're having is not the adequacy of the septic system. It's the impact of the septic system on groundwater, which is a different issue. Well, does someone want to make a formal motion to move this forward?
Well, Mr. Chairman, my feeling is that it is May Day. And so I move to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of the Cottontail subdivision final plat application SD-11-21 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating staff analysis findings of fact, which law is stated to their staff report. And I'm ambivalent about whether we should attach a condition about the fire hydrant.
Well, now it's time to resolve that ambivalence.
Yeah.
What's your motion?
In that case, I will go on to say approve the conditions that the fire hydrant is installed.
Okay, thank you. That's a coherent motion. Is there a second?
Second from Kennedy.
Okay, further discussion of the motion. Fine.
I don't know that there's an answer to my question. We seem to be caught, in my view, we seem to be caught in a fork cleft, as they say. I agree with your technical assessment that the DEQ's response is inadequate and embarrassingly so, frankly. So I know it's being recorded, so I'll just leave it. That particular characterization, take it no further. I find myself very reluctant to penalize this specific applicant for the inadequacy of the state or a lack of clear direction from the county. And I am going to say, I'm disappointed in the county for not having clear direction on what to do in this situation. And I would, as I say, I don't want to hold this particular applicant hostage to the overall situation. But I really do think we need to not continue without clarifying this situation. And as I say, that's a kind of, I see that as a separate issue from this specific applicant, but I see it as a reoccurring theme in every single meeting I've attended since I've started. And so I don't know what we do with that other than I'm just speaking up and making that position clear on my part.
But there is a motion on the floor which will require a yes or no vote.
Yes, it will. And so that was the discussion before the yes or no.
Okay, but you don't have to vote right now, but are there other comments on that motion by way of urging adoption or rejection?
Mm-hmm. So I have to say that for me, I cannot penalize this particular applicant. They jumped through all the hoops they were supposed to jump through. And I agree with Commissioner Hanning's basic assessment that this isn't going to tip the scale over if we approve this particular application. But I think this is indicative of a larger problem, so maybe we should take it up as a separate issue.
Okay. Other comments from the commissioners on the proposition to approve this application with the condition of item? My comment would be that the points raised by Mr. Pine, the applicant has had opportunity to review our communication with DEQ as well. They have had now however many weeks to come forward with an appropriate analysis on their own. They were not compelled to wait for DEQ to respond. We have offered DEQ the opportunity to respond, but I don't see it as penalizing the applicant to require of them and their consultant they produce an analysis that we find acceptable. So I will vote no on the motion on the floor. Are there other comments before we proceed to a vote? Hearing, yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm like barn door swinging in the wind. 'Cause I'm switching sides on this unbelievably. Because I think Mr. Schneider pointed out an important thing about the incremental addition that's going on here. That gives me some peace. And so I feel comfortable taking the DEQ Chapter 23 issue as a separate thing that we obviously need to work on and taking it off of the Osborne thing. And because I think somewhere in what Jake gave us, there is water quality information that shows that the TDS is in the sulfate is pretty disastrous. So I think we can ignore the DEQ report, which I guess is what based on the work, even though we haven't found the citation for it, I heard the boss say it on the YouTube video that we can take or leave their recommendation. And in this case, I would leave their recommendation. It wasn't adequate, but nor would I include that in my consideration of the decision. I would base it on what we know about the water quality out there.
Thank you. Other comments?
Mr. Chair,
This time,
may I clarify Commissioner Hanning's comments with her? Are you referring to the water analyses sample ID sample 1 that was submitted in the package? And
I think that might be going off of memory on the subdivision permit in
Okay.
the preliminary plat.
okay, and this,
So
I know in the current package, there is a submission of a water quality analysis.
Let's see there.
It's, oh gosh, page 112 of 155 in the PDF document. I believe we're on this. I hope we're on the same page in referring to this stuff. And
how does that observation move you with respect to this motion?
this is not potable water. I mean, the analysis itself appears to be quite suspect. The water is not potable. Well, I mean, you can drink anything you want, but I wouldn't. And I assume that this represents, here's what we're putting into the house that we're building. And I guess, this is a question that might take us further astray, but I think it's relevant. We're being asked to approve subdivision plats, and people therefore will buy houses and build houses. And there is an expectation, I think, if the county certifies that it's okay, that people's expectation is it's okay. And if you drink this particular water that the analysis is submitted, you won't be okay. And somebody may go and get sick, and who has the liability now? Is my question, because my concern in part of this issue is we are seeing potential health problems emerge with things we're approving. And I don't know what our responsibility is. I'm too new at this to know what our responsibility is and what the potential liabilities are for approving something, which a person could legitimately come back later and say, hey, you told me and my expectation was things were okay and they're not okay. Who's liable now? So my concern is that liability issue, which hinges as part of my decision on voting on that motion. Do I know there's no liability for the county no matter what we say?
The proposed water supply for this subdivision is municipal water supply by the city of Laramie. Just to clarify that they have not proposed.
Which I understood, but people are still I'm assuming, maybe incorrectly, that people will still use this water in some way. They may grow vegetables with it, I don't know. But I'm just wondering, are we opening up a can of worms here for later liability if we're approving things that may be questionable? It's kind of back to your concern, I think, in some ways. And I don't know if this is the proper time to have that discussion, but I'm just, I'm making a comment here relative to my vote. That concern is with me.
Fair. So my final comment would be that our quarrel with the applicant's consultant is what, or the inadequacies of that report is what took us to DEQ. So that inadequacy stands regardless of DEQ's involvement. All right, enough said. Are there other comments on the motion Mr. Platt made that was seconded? Hearing none. Mr. Kennedy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Hanning?
Aye.
Mr. Platt? Aye. Mr. Fine?
Aye.
Hinckley votes no. Thank you. Motion passes. This moves us to Spotted Horse.
One comment. Just a suggestion for the future. If something like this happens again, maybe we should forget inadequate response to DEQ. Call them up.
You get to that. No. Hold that thought. We're not through with DEQ today. Okay, so let us move forward to Spotted Horse South Subdivision Preliminary and Final Plat Application SD 0422. Mr. Reynolds.
All right, the applicant owner is Craig Emanuel, located at 3010 Pope Springs Road. Request is to approve preliminary and final plat and a subdivision permit. Current zoning to rural residential, current use residential. Access will be from Moon Dancer Trail by way of Tom Tucker Lane, an existing private road. There were some reviews. Karen Bowman, senior GIS analyst, had a question about the name of the subdivision. Matt Ayers had no comment. Gina Munari, real estate supervisor, had no concerns. Jay Schneider, county engineer, had concerns about preliminary plat, final plat, engineering report, and construction plans, but they were taken care of. Jory Unverzat, addressing coordinator, approved the road name. Martin Curry, district manager of the Laramie Rivers Conservation District, believes this is suitable use. And Taylor McCourt, District 1 traffic engineer for YDOT, had no comments. Summary of subdivision permit requirements. Water lots will be provided, domestic water by individual wells. Septic will be served by individual systems. Those systems will need to be applied for through the county planning department. A storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider, county engineer. Rocky Mountain Power provides power to the area. Postal service is existing. Roads, Moon Dancer Trails proposed. Road maintenance. This subdivision is part of Pope Springs Community Special Road Improvement District, and all lots will pay into that district. Financial assurance. It has not been provided. We weren't sure. It will be provided. Will be required to be provided by the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Fire protection will be provided by Albany County. Notice has been provided in accordance with the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. There is a variance request. The applicant is requesting a variance from the Albany County Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 6, Section 4A1. Right of way shall be 80 feet minimum width, and the travel way or roadway shall be 24 feet. The full variance request is attached at the end of the application. Findings of fact. The findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. Staff analysis, this subdivision is being proposed in an already developed area. Access to the lots will be from Moon Dancer Trail. The preliminary and final plat does not currently comply with the standards of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations, but would if the variance that is requested is granted. Staff recommendation recommends approval of the Spotted Horse South subdivision preliminary and final plat application SD 0422 and a subdivision permit along with the variance request adopting and incorporating the staff analysis findings of fact and conclusions of law as each are stated in this staff report.
Questions for staff? Mr. Kennedy?
None at present.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Gomez, I have some sort of general questions. So there are some other Spotted Horse subdivisions that preceded this one.
Correct.
And so help me understand the process. Like, did they come in for everything under Spotted Horse and then just like subdivide the first section and then the second edition and now they want to do south? Is that normal, or would you have expected someone to come in with like the whole shebang? Here's what I want to do at the
So this is directly south of Spotted Horse subdivision, as probably you could figure out by the name. It's the same project manager, and they just didn't want to come up with a new name. We didn't require it. Karen Bowman's comment, I think, has more to do with emergency services. However, I talked to our addressing coordinator who deals with, obviously the addressing. And if you're going to call in an emergency, you're not going to say, I'm at Spotted Horse South subdivision. Like, it's just not going to happen. So it wasn't a huge concern to him.
So it's a different landowner then. Okay, just same name, different landowner okay. Thank you for explaining that generality. So is the applicant or an applicant representative here? Okay, good. So we'll be able to ask questions then about some of the modeling because, so another general question about how does the county engineer position work? Is that contracted out? Because I see, sometimes it's Bill Gorman, sometimes it's, and so, there's expert contract help looking over your shoulder at really specific, like runoff calculations, culvert calculations. But there is nobody at the county who takes on looking over the chapter 23 calculation. You know, that's not in your job duties to have to know all of those details. But you don't get help either, so I guess it's just has it ever come up in conversation whether the county would want to fill that niche, that technical need the way they have for engineering?
Right, so I guess for the first part of the question, Jake has been working on the Cottontail one since before they became the county engineer. And that's why we had Bill review, because he can't review his own work, otherwise it's just gonna be.
I don't like it.
Right. And so everyone else, though, not a WWC contract, goes through Jake.
Okay.
We really hadn't talked about at least I hadn't talked about the chapter 23, reviewing before last meeting. Me and David have talked about it between then and now. I mentioned it in the Board of County Commissioners meeting yesterday, and, Pete, they know what's happening as well as you guys do. And they didn't really have a response that
Can I add?
remember.
Please.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, so, I mean, the way it's always been done, and maybe not the best way, is the chapter 23 report obviously is created by the applicant and submitted to, the state, who is the agency that reviews that application. We don't actually require, what we require is that they provide us what they, in our regulations, provide us the chapter 23 report and the review from DEQ. And we suppose that DEQ is the expert on this matter, but obviously there's been some discrepancies there. And so that's how it's always been done. I'm just describing
Right.
how it's always been
Yeah,
done.
no, that you've always thought you had the technical support.
Mhm.
And it isn't until you have a bunch of critics like us. that
Well, people know better. Yeah.
it's like.
Like me and Joe don't know better. We don't
We're
have
just like,
training.
we could all sit around the table and argue about what numbers should go into the model, you'd have an opinion too.
Sure.
And so it's a little bit of again, I don't mean to bog down our current applicant with our bigger picture issue over chapter 23, but it's a very unsatisfactory process. It's especially was kind of mind spinning, watch it come through as a preliminary plat and a final plat all at once. And word must be out that you want to change the regs on that because you got a bunch of them all coming through at once, unless that's your norm. But in my 1.5 years of doing this, I haven't seen a whole lot of the preliminary plats and final plats coming through together. So I just really had general questions because you don't want to listen to me go on about chapter 25.
Well, just to speak briefly to that, as we discussed on the earlier item, the county has independent authority to assess water wastewater suitability rather than DEQ. As Dave suggests, we have by tradition just deferred all that to them.
Absolutely.
But that isn't required. And in fact, we have backup language, not perfect language, but that does, as I think you have pointed out, provides us opportunity to request that. Okay. So, other questions for staff? I'm not Buttenstein.
Yes, I wish to have just a point of clarity for me. In reading this application, I believe we are being asked only to weigh in on the variance being asked for an 18-foot road width. Is that correct?
Correct.
No, they're being asked to
In
approve a
addition
final
to-
preliminary plat, yes.
Right, in addition to the plats. It's not
Okay,
just
so-
a-
So we're not just, my point is, I apologize for my ignorance on this. When I read this, it says the applicant is requesting a variance from from the Albany County subdivision regulations, specifically Chapter 6, Section 4A, right-of-way shall be 80 feet minimum width. And they're asking for that variance, and that is what we're discussing in this particular session, in this particular document, and that is exclusively what we're discussing?
Oh, Mr. Williams?
No, we're talking about the preliminary and final plat. Variance
Okay.
requests for subdivisions typically are presented with the preliminary plat. And so that's why it's included in this.
Okay,
We've separated them in the past because of the request of the applicant, but this is the process outlined in the regulations.
thank you for that clarification. No further questions at this time.
To follow that thread very briefly, we have discussed, in fact, last year, it was suggested as a revision of the regs that we not do preliminaries finals together. Remind us of what became of that discussion. Is that correct?
Bring in the big guns.
That's right. I was specifically looking at Mr. Ayers.
This is, that together with sort of reorganization and updating of the subdivision resolution as a whole, I have been working on from time to time when I am able to. The problem with it is state statute only envisions there being a single plat. So with that, once a plat application is turned in, all of that material automatically goes to DEQ. And when that DEQ report comes back, that is what triggers the 45-day time period for planning and zoning.
That's by state statute.
That's by state statute. I have looked briefly at all the rest or the other counties in Wyoming, and the vast majority do have a split of the preliminary and final plat, similar to what we're envisioning. However, I believe that would be in violation of those statutory timelines. I do have ideas on how that could be worked around, but I suppose have not had a finished project to present to the board.
And the trigger is receipt of the DEQ report.
Yes, because as soon as an application is turned in, then the county is mandated to pretty much immediately send those materials to DEQ.
Yeah, in practice, it's the applicant who sends those materials to DEQ. So in my understanding, but it is
But
effectively
the statute states that the county shall.
So, all right, so not, the option of splitting it, we can't do that, even if we wanted to, or if the applicant wanted to. That would be in violation of the timeline set out with state statute. As long as we have the DEQ piece.
Yes, so my proposal would be that there would be a preliminary plan, and that at that point, nothing is submitted to DEQ. And we don't deem a plat application to occur until the final plat application.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll say in the past, 4-lot subdivisions and greater have typically been split out. 3 and under are typically together, preliminary and final. And because we know that you guys like them separated out, we do typically ask the larger subdivisions to separate them. But at the end of the day, it's up to the applicant and they want it both together.
Other questions of staff? Talk to us about the variance. What are they doing and why, and what's your recommendation on the variance?
The applicant might be able to explain it better. What I know is that 5 years ago, when the subdivision just to the north of it, they had a variance for this exact same thing. And it doesn't make any sense to make a bottleneck of a smaller road into a larger road to go down to their subdivision. So this would just be a continuation of how the road is already built. So yeah.
Mr. Chair, I can give a little more background on what happened before.
Please.
So my recollection and reviewing the documentation for a previous spotted horse subdivision was that the applicant wanted to, instead of doing a 24-foot road top, they wanted to do an 18-foot road top with shoulders of 3 feet on each side. So in essence, the county engineer agreed that the shoulders are typically part of the road. So therefore we had 18 feet of the gravel on the top, and then, a slight grade down for the shoulders of 3 feet. That gave you the 24 feet, and then there's the ditches after that. The way our regulations were written and the way he interpreted them, he said that was fine to do it that way. And I believe that's what they're asking for in this, but looking at the documentation, maybe we need some clarification from the applicants. So
Okay.
just say that. So it wasn't even a variance that was granted. It was the county attorney or county engineer said that, yes, this meets the standard.
The recommendation of staff is to approve it as a variance. That would kind of backstop that.
Right. In this situation, for sure. Yes.
Thank you. I had a legal point under findings of fact. It says the findings necessary for approval, lead caps, as referenced in this report. I do not find anything called findings necessary for approval. I'm concerned that we need to be able to pinpoint exactly what we mean by
I'll let
findings
Matt
necessary.
tell you, I had him look over the findings. So.
Yeah, that should be summary of subdivision permit requirements.
As in this findings of fact that we are.
Yes,
Okay.
the findings necessary for approval should be the summary of subdivision permit requirements.
Let's just,
I believe that language is
You can
probably
make that
carried over
amendment.
from
Let's-
zoning change.
thank you.
It's on the last one too.
So, yeah, I noticed that through several of these. So, yeah, this is an editorial point. Do we need to make that as an amendment as part of our motion, or can that be understood as an editorial correction? What's the protocol there?
That's correct, can't we?
Yeah.
For this discussion, we just want to get correction.
It works. That acceptable to the board? Yeah. Okay, let's just do that. All right. More substantively, the DEQ letter, there are actually two DEQ letters, one of which was included in the packet, one of which I subsequently received from Mr. Wilmans, says it's in the APOZ. Is that correct? No. Okay, that's what I thought, and that's correct with respect to the current APOZ.
Correct.
Okay.
The map has it on there.
Okay. So talk us through the DEQ, why there were two different letters, and explain what's going on here with respect to our favorite subject, nitrate modeling.
Yeah, you got this.
Okay, so obviously the applicant, wrote the report, sent it to DEQ. We received the letter back from DEQ saying, this is in the aquifer protection area and these are the things we require. So we're like, okay. The applicant was notified of this as well, and I mean, they got the letter back. And so what happened is a meeting was requested by the applicant, which I think we coordinated, Joe coordinated, sat down with Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, discussed that, and it sounds like within DEQ, different, don't know, departments within DEQ. That were, one of them was saying, oh yeah, they gave them some recommendations that thought it was in the aquifer protection area. And so they went with that, and then they realized that, oh, it's not in that. And so once we had that meeting and this was discussed and everybody got on the same page, then DEQ reissued a letter back, because understanding that, yeah, we were basing this on bad information. So so that was how that process all went about. So
Okay, so when I'm reading the first DEQ letter, and it says, enhanced systems are highly encouraged. It is your understanding that that encouragement was based on their understanding that they were the OPD. My understanding is correct.
that's my understanding.
That makes sense. Okay, I have no further questions for staff. Others? Time? Assuming that by the silence, no one has further questions for staff.
Yeah, but you did.
I do have one question for Joe.
Please, just your science needed, so I don't know. Go ahead.
So the final letter is the letter dated May 11th from DEQ. If that's the pertinent letter, it's good. Okay.
I think so.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Klein, you have a thought? You need to unmute if you want to share it with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I try and mute regularly to stay quiet. Just so that I'm clear, we are being asked to approve the final plat with a variance for roadway width.
Yes, the preliminary and final plat and the variance. Yes, all of it.
All right, thank you very much.
Other questions of staff? Jen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think to follow up on what Mr. Tyne might be trying to ask, and what I'm also curious about in understanding the subdivision regulations. So if we have problems with the preliminary plat and the final plat, we have to focus it on conditions that you would place on approval of the preliminary plat. I'm sorry, I'm looking at section 3 here. Let me tell you what's on my mind. I'm in section 3 of the subdivision, chapter 4, section 3, review by planning and zoning commission. And so I'm just wondering how, when you look at the second paragraph, we may require that any conditions attached to a recommendation for approval of a preliminary plat be satisfied by a specific deadline. And so if we have questions on the chapter 23 report, and we wanted to go through another round of asking DEQ, asking the applicant and DEQ to reevaluate, that would just be about the preliminary plat, and nothing happens to the final plat yet. Is that like the final plat is not even being addressed until you address the concerns on the preliminary plat? I mean, just because these things come through together doesn't mean we have to approve them at the same time or hold up part 1 because you're concerned about part 2, right? Like you can move ahead with conditions on the preliminary plat and keep chugging along and get to approval on the final plat. Correct or not on that interpretation?
And the preliminary has to be approved before the final plat.
Right.
I mean, we can't go ahead until that's approved, but I mean,
Okay, let's hear what Mr. Ayers has to say. I'm confused.
Suppose, I mean, they're all together part of the subdivision application for a subdivision permit. The final plat is just what gets filed with land records upstairs. So I don't necessarily think that we have to differentiate that much between what we are or not approving. It's all together within the subdivision application, which is ultimately what we're being asked to rule on when these are run concurrently.
Really, it's the subdivision permit that really is the driver.
That correct?
Okay.
Under your interpretation, there really is no preliminary versus a final plat. The preliminary plat would be something like a draft document upon which, say you forgot your signatures. Is that the idea?
Well,
What is
a preliminary plat never gets filed.
Yeah, preliminary plat's only on file in our office, so it's, I mean, it's.
It shows,
There.
it shows more.
The preliminary, yeah, it's the plan. It's the plan that we're looking at to now analyze and kind of figure out if this is gonna work. And then the final plat's more of the document that gets filed that's, that actually creates the subdivision. And both of those together are the subdivision permit. To
Okay,
get a subdivision permit, you approve a preliminary and final plat. So all of that is encompassed under the subdivision permit.
But we have to approve them in the same action. I mean, could we, for that example of this one today, approve the preliminary plat and not the final plat?
We've done that in the past. I don't know what your tradition is.
I suppose that,
Not that I want
I
to.
suppose that you could. Yeah.
We need to work that out. All right. Other questions for staff before we proceed to applicant and a more general discussion? Hearing, seeing none, let us invite the applicant to stand for questioning. If you'd like to present your application, you're welcome to do that as well.
My name is Rennie Hornimal, and I live at 3000 Gulf Springs Road. I am the owner of Spotted Horse 1 and 2, and I am the project manager for Spotted Horse South. In fact, named it myself. Spotted Horse South is an extension of Spotted Horse 1 and 2. If you look at it from north-south direction, Tomkin Lane runs north-south and dead ends at Spotted Horse South. Well, it made sense to use the same name, not confuse the county. So the bottleneck situation on that road is somewhat simple. The road is incredibly well built at an incredible cost. And if we were to widen it, go narrow and then widen it, narrow is not narrow, 24 feet is a lot of road width. And widen it. When the people come the other way northbound, if you have road 6 feet wider on one point and then it narrows, we're going to have people going into the ditch at that point. The road has been in existence now several years. It has served well. No one has complained about it. You have adequate space for two vehicles to pass. In fact, the enormous semis that have gone through there for all the builders haven't had any trouble. We have addressed all the worries as far as the emergency vehicles and their ability to turn around. The cul-de-sac is quite huge because you can't really turn a fire truck unless there's enough road surface on it. If you drive a fire truck into the shoulder, it cannot recover. So we have looked at all of that. As far as the subdivision itself, it has 6 lots. Somehow we were missing enough acreage to make 7 lots. So we have 6.61 acre lots, 3 of those, and then we have 5 acre lots. The subdivision obviously will be served by private wells. Wells typically in that area are being drilled at 340 feet or deeper. So therefore, the septic system should not provide any kind of a worry. There is an existing house out there that will occupy one of the lots. And that house has been there since 1995, septic system built without any problems whatsoever. The percolation in that area is nearly perfect. It percolates quite well. The ground is a mixture of the typical Wyoming land, dirt, soil out here with some rocks, some glacial rocks, some sandstone, sandy soils. And you'll see when we dig a ditch for the power line, how much it does vary, but it has not provided any problems. And the people who have built on my subdivision already, their septic systems have been approved without any trouble.
Questions for the applicant? Kennedy?
None, thank you.
is your consultant present who worked on the chapter?
This will be John Wetstein. He did all the work on the engineering part of it, yes.
I guess I would have questions of him to ask about some of the chapter 23 evaluation.
Yeah, let's proceed with that as part of the
That's
applicant's
okay.
team. Does that work for you?
So I guess.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You're happy to have him stand as
I'm
part of
happy
the
to
team?
hear the floor. Let's
Attorney,
see.
please.
This subdivision is in an area that's already being developed, and there's houses out there, and there's no doubt about housing need. And this is an area that people would agree housing can go because it's already out there. But then you start to look at the concern that many of us share on the nitrate loading over time. And I'm just observing, as I'm getting used to looking at these chapter 23 reports, how very different the inputs to the model are from consultant to consultant to consultant, even including, the Wenck and Associates hired by the county and city jointly to look at nitrate loading over full build out. They use different inputs as well. And so that just leaves me feeling really, really uncomfortable about whether we're really protecting the general welfare and public health of our community by just letting people keep adding septic tanks to what we know is a burgeoning problem. And so I struggle with the chapter 23 data, yet I don't have the luxury of time to go do my own literature search to look for like what is the best permeability and transmissivity to use here? What is the best thing to use here? But I find, and I'd be curious to hear more about your discussion that you mentioned in your report with the DEQ about just looking at the Casper aquifer, because it seems like in all these well logs, we're seeing saturated zones, above the Casper aquifer in those sandstone lenses in the Satanka. And we also know that some of the wells out there are perforated across some of those zones. So just our last meeting, we had a subdivision request, it was at Howell, and they showed a well that was perforated across that zone. So we know people are consuming the water from this upper zone, yet in this case, it's not being incorporated in the modeling, which leaves me worried about those well owners who are pulling water from that part of the saturated thickness. And that's not being looked at in this report. And so, I just want to back up to say, you can see we're really struggling with the chapter 23 assessment approach, how DEQ looks at it, how everybody in the county is looking at it differently, and not wanting to penalize any particular subdivider who just happens to be coming our way right now while we're pondering this, but having serious concerns about protecting the existing homeowners out there and their water quality too. And so, these models, I don't have a lot of faith in them. You can put in parameters and play around and get what you want a lot of times from these models. So I don't know what to ask you per se, other than to tell you that we're struggling with this issue as a decision-making body. And if you want to talk a little bit more about your DEQ conversation and why they didn't care to have you look at these upper parts of the aquifer that people are pulling from, they're using the water today.
Well, Commissioner Henning, fellow commissioners, John Wetstein, Engineering Associates. I live actually out across from the water treatment plant, 2027 Highway 230. Background on this. My initial submittal to DEQ, I looked at the data, and in my review of the wells in the area. The cast or the Satanka in the area where the people were pulling the water from was a confined zone. So and if you look at chapter 23, it's specific, do the Werman model if it's unconfined. We're worried about a unconfined or water table aquifer. So I submitted it to him, said the Satanka in this area is unconfined, therefore I'm not going to do the remainder of your nitrate and groundwater review. They called me up and emails back and forth, said essentially, yeah, we want it. So I did it in to point to your question. I did in my review looked at and separated out the Satanka wells, the Casper wells. The model was based on the aquifer characteristics of the Satanka using the pump test data as reported by the SEO UW6 statement of completion forms. So the parameters in that Werman model were based on the Satanka. I made a mistake, Vern and I had a discussion, but I couldn't find in that particular area nitrate concentrations for the Satanka. But since they were kind of bending my elbow and say, well, we're worried about the Casper, I was going to use the Casper nitrate as the ambient and say, well, you're not really looking at apples to apples, but you're worried about the Casper, so here you go. So that was really the impetus of doing the Werman model for that area. But I did, look at everything that went into it. I was looking at the shallowest aquifer, not the Casper conditions. And it's unknown, like say you have an unsaturated zone in the Satanka. I think it's confined to get down to the wells, but where does it go as far as does it eventually reach a person that caps it? It could. That kind of modeling is beyond the chapter 23 scope typically.
Thank you for explaining the evolution of DEQ.
Yeah, it was.
Blatt?
Other questions?
Well, the report that was submitted by your consultant was exemplary. I've seen master's degrees awarded for a little lesser work. I would be happy to add it to the reference library of those students of the Casper aquifer. The last two words are significant. This isn't about the Casper aquifer, and I would offer for the record of our colleagues, DEQ was again headed in completely the wrong direction. And their concern about the Casper aquifer was misplaced. And their instructions to Mr. Wettstein to model this as though there were a significant and possible impact of septic tank outflow on the Casper was misplaced. Where the aquifer of concern here is, as Commissioner Hanning pointed out, the Satanka. And as Mr. Wettstein explained, that is the aquifer to which he applied the Werman nitrate model as best one could. The output from the model being 9.8 is shaky. There's no way these models are good to that kind of accuracy. That said, that was a model based on a relatively high value for the ambient nitrate concentration and an assumption that each of the homes would have 6 bedrooms. So there was a conservatism built into that. So it is just teetering with close to 10 as it might appear. So I guess my question, the first time would be, have I represented that correctly?
Yes.
And fairly. All right, yeah. Question, Mr. Fine, have you got anything to ask of the applicant or their consultant?
Would you drink the water out of a Satanka well out there, based on what you know?
He asks, would you drink the water out of the tank or well out there?
Out there where it's at, I think actually, I would use it, maybe not consume it. I don't think it's as bad as some of the water that people do utilize around the state.
And the suggested water supply for the subdivision, I think you guys were quite clear, is Casper. Again, not, I mean, the neighbors are who we're worried about, the people over whom you have no control. And as Mr. Wetstein has pointed out, they do indeed drink water from shallow sands and tank. I'm sorry, Mr. Fine, I interrupted. Did you have other comments, questions?
No, I was simply happy to hear something from a local consultant who's very knowledgeable about the area. And I think it bears on the larger question, but not specifically on this question, because you are saying that the drinking water will come from the Casper. So, and it's clear from your submission for the Casper aquifer chemistry that the drinking water is safe. But I'm intrigued by Commissioner Hanning's larger point that some people aren't going all the way to the Casper because it costs more money.
Other questions, comments? Let me segue a bit into our discussion because we have Mr. Wetstein here. The concern that's been expressed by the Commission on various of these is cumulative impacts. You're not charged with evaluating cumulative impacts, but particularly in that regulations have changed recently on the aquifer to a minimum lot size of 35 acres. I think we can expect to see a concentration of development of these rural subdivisions west of the aquifer, like you're seeing here, and Spotted Horse predecessors, and that Howell is. If you don't recall the one we talked about last time, it's just kitty corner for me. So we're going to see a lot more of this. Any thoughts on how the community might grapple with this issue of cumulative impacts? Again, it's slightly off topic, but I appreciate whatever thoughts you've got.
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner, fellow commissioners, I think what, there's the data is starting to come in the very early process of Chapter 23. It was really just a snapshot in time that you could apply. But as like say, as the communities have started to grow and be a little bit more concentrated, I think you do need to, have the reviewers go back and as part of their review, make sure that you were accounting for previous developments. I mean, numbers, how good are those numbers in the early process? I don't think I'd want to take the Spotted Horse north original and say, okay, those nitrates that come across the subdivision boundary, we calculated that to be 6 milligrams per liter. So now that's your starting point. You probably want to go in and say, we're going to account for these, but let's, maybe you'd want to do a test boring or something to actually get a sharp parameter right there. Say, okay, here's all this development up above, and instead of just adding those all up as some kind of number that was really kind of pulled out of the air, get a starting point. Say, okay, here's where you go, because you are going to probably eventually over time start to see those numbers going up above, going back to the 1960s well, and say, oh, here's the ambient nitrate level. Plug that in my worm. That's probably going to be a little bit of a fallacy. So I think you do, and the planning and zoning and staff and commission probably are more aware of the developments in the area to kind of help guide some of, DEQ probably isn't going to know as much as far as what's out there. And so they might pass along and say, yay, and you guys might look at it and say, what, did you consider this development that's, gonna go in, and what's, it's kind of, is it right to be first in time? That's kind of where you're at.
Thank you. And again, I keep saying we're going to talk about that later today, which we certainly will. The one example that has been run to ground on cumulative impacts was a request that County Commissioner Gosar made specifically on DEQ last fall to do cumulative impacts. And they made it quite clear that that's not their department. So I suspect if we want to go that way, we'll be back to the statutes that we've put together, which my interpretation would be are not sufficiently tight to require that of this applicant. I'm seeing a nod from fellow commissioners, Mr. Ayers. So perhaps this is a conversation going a different direction a year from now. Other ideas, thoughts of wisdom you'd like to milk out of Mr. Westside?
Well, I got,
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
it's completely out of the blue, but right next door is this South Water District. Is that gonna be an ultimate solution perhaps to create a new water district? Or bring in more from the city to all these houses out there? I know it's costly.
It's constantly, little history on the South Laramie Water District. That really took a little bit of pushing from the Water Development Commission's side of it to kind of incorporate the water supply from Laramie. The South Laramie District really wanted to be a separate entity. They wanted to get off of the Laramie water supply. The Water Development Commission has a big kind of regional push, which makes sense. I mean, why spend money for a lot of little spot areas? So I don't know, there's still a little bit of that feeling in the South Laramie as far as not wanting to utilize as much of the Laramie system as Laramie might want to supply to them. So in answer to your question, I don't know if the growth potential for the water is out there. They would need to go closer to the mountain. The wells closer just don't have the production. The well that was drilled by their South Laramie tank is about a 40 gallon a minute well. To totally be isolated from the city, you would need about a 250 to 300 and a lot more storage. So it would have to be a kind of a combined South Laramie, City of Laramie. Let's get together and expand. And right now, I don't think that would be in their political venue, but I think eventually a lot of these areas, that is the direction that a lot. I know City of Cheyenne has going south to the Terry Ranch area, kind of started to bring their water a little bit further out into the county area. So,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hearing no other comments, questions, appreciate you guys showing up and making your consultant available. We'll open this for public comments at this point. We want going twice in the room or on the Zoom. Hearing none, we'll close public comments and move on to discussion of commissioners. Commissioners, further discussion. What's your pleasure? Happy to proceed to a motion. Are there other things you'd like to discuss amongst ourselves? Mr. Thine, Mr. Kennedy, Platt, Hanning, open season. Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion of how we wish to dispose of this application? They're all stunned.
Can we make a motion?
You got a second?
Mr. Chair.
You guys,
Comment, Ms. Till wrote a letter expressing concern about the continued withdrawal of water from this area, eventually creating a deficit in future development and in an ability to supply water sufficiently, in potentially even impacting the city. I commend the consultant, as you did, for the very complete analysis they provided, and would like to make sure that her comment, her concern, that we state that we did read the consultant's report, which addressed that concern, and this is not a significant impact. If we approve this development, it is not a significant impact to the water supply in the area. But since she's not here, I just wanted to relay that. As you guys know, it's all in your packet. It's the very end of the packet, one page. But I think it does speak to the concern that citizens have. If one person is willing to write a letter, there's probably 10 or 20 people who'd like to write a letter and didn't get to it. Water seems to be an issue. Water quality and water supply seem to be an issue. And I think we just heard from a local expert that, as I understand it, DEQ does not weigh in on this. It's outside their boundaries. And yet water is an essential requirement for further development. And I note the dichotomy. We're spending I don't know how much we're spending. Let's say it's $1 million. Let's say it's $750,000. We're spending a lot of money on a growth plan here in Albany County that is confined to a donut 1 mile around the existing city limits of Laramie. And yet all the applications we're getting are outside that zone. And so I echo the citizens, concern. It may not be a concern in this specific case, but I echo that concern that we seem to have a disconnect here between the county's planning efforts, which include this mile donut, and where everybody's asking to live, which is outside the mile donut, and the critical resource that they're requiring to support development, as far as I can see, is water supply and water quality. And so I just, want to make that comment in general. And we seem to keep circling this same issue over and over again. And we're chipping away at it. I'm confused. They bring us plats to approve, and apparently there's no preliminary separation between preliminary and final. And I comment on the fact that that's very convenient, except it allows no understanding or discussion or thoughtful consideration. I get these large documents, I go through these large documents, and then I'm asked to vote on yes or no, with essentially some discussion, which I appreciate, but discussion isn't going to fix any problems. So I want to have Ms. Tills try and reply to her. I know she's not listening to this particular thing, but I think this is a concern of a lot of citizens. How do we support growth, which we want, and at the same time are running into water supply issues? Not in this particular case, according to the very nice analysis that was done, but we just heard, as I say, from somebody local who sees this coming. And I think Mr. Platt's comment was well taken. How do we do this as water districts, as zoning, as a county plan? I'm left unable to understand how we proceed on this, other than play the game of musical chairs. Because at some point, somebody's model fails. And we saw 9.8, and I am exactly on par and in tune with Berg's comments. Mr. Hinckley's comments, sorry to be formal. We're playing Russian roulette here. When is the day? So when somebody gets a 10.1, do we deny this? And because the truth is, we know that professionally, at least 3 of us on the commission know that 10.1 is the same as 9.8, given the uncertainties in this calculation that DEQ puts forward on us, that the state puts forward on us. And yet, if we hit 10.1, if this one had hit 10.1, we'd say no. Is that fair to developers? Is that fair to people who want to put homes out there and serve the need in the community to grow? So I'm just bringing that up because you asked for a discussion and I get a chance to say something about this, and now I'll shut up about it.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. Ms. Till's points are well made in those kinds of public comments, whether she is here in attendance or not. So no, I appreciate your bringing that to our attention. Speaking for myself, my reaction was the same, that this was not a sufficient concern to deny this application in the current context. But you're absolutely right to characterize the default that we operate under is take it to failure. And it's first come, first served until there isn't anymore. And that's true of both the water quality and the water quantity under the current situation. And I would suggest that should move us to look more carefully at our regulations, a way to anticipate both cumulative impacts, both on quality and, as you correctly point out, on quality. So no, thank you for those comments. I hope we can, again, continue to comb these individual thoughts from applications, which we then move forward into a coherent programmatic approach to these problems. And we do need to see to that. All right, other comments? I guess looking for a motion.
Glad for Jeff Flatley, because there's a question I want to ask anyway.
Wait a minute.
It's a non-expert. I've now heard the 10 milliliter number a lot of times. So here too, it's a practical matter. And when I see something like 10 or 20, I know that's kind of arbitrary. What actually is happening at that level? Once you go significantly above that, what is happening that we should be concerned about as an ordinary citizen?
Well, we could put you in contact with the epidemiology behind the 10 milligrams per liter, but it's a challenge and a struggle and a distasteful part of any regulations. There's absolutely nothing happens at 10 that wouldn't happen at 9 or at 11. It's like speed limit.
No, I understand that, but once you're getting significantly above that,
well, so then there are health impacts.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, to nitrates specifically, it affects the ability of the blood to metabolize oxygen specifically, which is particularly hazardous for newborns. And again, I can plug you into the larger literature behind that. But yes.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting there's things that happen. I'm just wondering.
It's health-based standards, but why 10, not 11? We live in a decimal system is probably the real answer to that. Okay, we're looking for a motion on the Spotted Horse subdivision.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve this, recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of the Spotted Horse South Subdivision preliminary final application, SD-04-22, and approval of the variance. And the subdivision permit adopting incorporating staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each restated in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second. And with that, I've got a comment that I'd make on Mr. Tynes' comment on supply. And just as we had DEQ in, if we're concerned with the quantity of supply that might be available, I think it might be worthwhile to have a workshop with the state engineer who does have the final say on that. And in cases where there are shortages, as the chairman well knows, there are control areas in other areas of the state that aren't exactly all that far away from us. So I think that might be very worthwhile to have a an educational session from the state engineer so that we have a grasp on supply and how it can or cannot be regulated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, Commissioner, fellow Commissioner.
Discussion of the motion, which is to proceed with approval of the application and its associated variance. Are there further thoughts on that motion? Anybody want to lobby for or against? Hearing none. Mr. Kennedy, what say you?
Aye.
Sammy?
No,
Mr. Platt?
Aye.
Stein?
Aye.
Hinckley votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you. And you need not endure the rest of our meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will propose a short break. We've had this a couple hours now. If there are no objections, let us recess for 5 minutes.
I assume, those food, we're not warranted.
how was the Rock River meeting?
Actually, no one showed up.
No one showed up now.
So, I mean, well, I we don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm kind of presuming that we will likely get recommendations from these consultants to add on some features to the county.
Most
As part of this.
Portland
Yeah,
subdivision.
I would think so. Of course, I don't know, that's just my speculation. Yeah. I only know what we actually saw at the presentation at the last meeting, and I've talked to David a tiny bit, but yeah, I'm just kind of thinking and speculating. Anyways,
Okay, let us proceed to the Portland subdivision preliminary final plat application SD 0522. Mr. Willis.
Yes. All right, the applicant and owner is Michael and Ruth Foreman, located at 1168 Welsh Lane. Their request is to approve preliminary and final plat and subdivision permit. Current zoning is rural residential, current use is residential. Access will be from Welsh Lane, an existing county road. There were some reviews. Karen Bowman, senior GIS analyst, had a comment about the ownership listed on the plat. It has been taken care of. County engineer Jake Schneider had concerns about the preliminary and final plats. They were taken care of. Albany County Fire Department 1, Luke Hawkins had no concerns, but recommends the whole water program. Road and Bridge, Rob Fisher had no concerns. City of Laramie, Todd Feeser, Assistant City Manager, had comments regarding planning, code, and public works. Approval of the subdivision was recommended. Full comments can be seen in the review section. Laramie Rivers Conservation District, Martin Curry believes this is a suitable use. And YDOT Taylor McCourt had no comments. Summary of subdivision permits. Requirements. Water, lots will be provided domestic water from individual wells. Sewage will be served by individual systems. Those systems will need to be applied through the county planning department. Lot 2 is currently served by an existing system. A storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Bill Gorman, county engineer. That's not right. That's Jake Schneider, county engineer. Rocky Mountain Power provides service to the area. Postal service is existing. No roads are proposed. Road maintenance, Welsh Lane is a county road. Financial assurance, no improvements are being proposed. Fire protection will be provided by Albany County. Notice has been provided in accordance with the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. Findings of fact, the summary of subdivision permit requirements, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information, that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant, and the same are incorporated herein. The applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. Staff analysis, this subdivision is being proposed in an already developed area. The lots will be accessed from Welsh Lane. The preliminary and final plat complies with the standards of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. Staff recommendation is to approve the Fortman subdivision preliminary and final plat application SD 0522 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating staff analysis findings of fact and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Mr. Kennedy.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Sandy?
Just wondering how we address some of the city comments, like the last meeting we had where we had.
Yeah, so I would have supplied a letter for you, but David was out the last 3 days of last week, and I wasn't comfortable with submitting a letter to you guys without having him check my first letter that I've written back to the city. If I pull out the comments, though, maybe I can address them. I know some of them. The letter was passed on to the applicant, so they know about all of them.
Which letter was passed on?
The city letter to the applicant. But is there specific questions that you had about the city letter?
I guess, well, one thing I wondered, what do they mean by checking? This is to read my own writing. Even now, I still can't read. The subdivision for closure in the public works section. What are they looking for with that?
Yeah, so they're basically on GIS making sure that each of the corners that and distances for boundaries, making sure that they close. So it's a closed shape.
They follow the legal description and it has to be pretty close.
Okay.
I don't have anything specific, I guess, about how to address some of the general concerns about the continuity from city code to county code. I just want to make the city happy.
Are there specific comments?
I mean,
or-
they did say approve it, so they must be,
Okay.
Yeah, they did say that.
It's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, we are talking about subdividing a single lot into 2 lots, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that I was on the right page for this. And then any other questions I'll have is for Mr. Portman. Thank you.
What?
I have a general question I can ask David later at the end of the meeting. That, doesn't pertain to specific application. But again, this, the issue of building has come up. And as I've thought about this a bit more, I think it's an important item that we ought to be giving some thought to for the future.
Well, it's appropriate in that we're kind of, what would this letter have said had you shared it with us?
we haven't discussed it yet, so.
Okay.
I mean, all the letter has to do is address anything that we don't agree with, which there's not a whole lot on here. So, yeah, I don't know.
But specifically about code, I think is what they're asking.
Because we can't really condition it to require that it
This
meet
came
all
up
of
last
the
meeting.
requests.
Yeah. Like they want things to comply with their international code. Well, we can't do that because we haven't been delegated authority from the state to do it. So that would be our comment on that. So.
Mr. Ayers, were you wanting to offer a thought on the city letter?
Not anymore. Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
I had that same question. We discussed it last time. So,
Actually, now we got a follow-up question there. Is that actually the case, David, that we cannot do anything because the state will not allow us to?
Well, we can request, so we can adopt code in the county, but we have to go through the process of getting that delegated to us. And so, but that, we have not done that process, so therefore we don't have permission to do it, so.
Okay. That's good to know.
so my question, and it applies to the next one as well, am I to understand that the protocol that we have adopted subsequent to our past conversations is that letter would be part of our packet? Is that where we're headed?
We would like to do that, yeah, and unfortunately we didn't get it in here, so. I mean, if you have any comments or anything that you would like to add to that letter at this point, I mean, we'd be fine, but really, there's not a whole lot in here that we need to address, I would say, but.
And further, Mr. Chair, under 3412-103E, which is the statutory provisions for the city's comment letters, there's any responses to come from the board.
I understand that, but we basically stand as the board. We are recommending to them that they respond in certain ways. It would seem to me that while it may not be required, the fact that we're being asked to approve the application, to me, means in all of its parts, including the county's response. Now, obviously, we aren't responding, but we would be recommending to the county commissioners that they respond in such and such a manner. Is that my off base to conceive of it that way?
No.
Okay, it's a package deal, and we're vetting it for them.
Yep, you guys can recommend anything you want to them. It's up to them to make the decision.
Right, but we ideally, we would see the full package just as they.
Absolutely, yeah.
And for the benefit of my fellow commissioners who, and I certainly don't go to every county commission meeting, but I would reassure you that they do take us seriously, and it moves their work along. I would hope Mr. Hirsch would confirm that when they see something that comes out of this group with unanimous vote, it's easy for them to say, okay, next item.
Absolutely.
And that's a purpose that we serve. The other thought I had, and while you're up, Mr. Ayers, that the last paragraph of their letter, and they, like everyone else, they cut and paste. Should the Board of Commissioners consider the Board of Commissioners, I would say we are their surrogate in this case, consider these comments and disagree. We look forward to your response outlining the board's request to be added to disagreement. And minutes of the meeting. The city requests that as a matter of professional courtesy, the Board of Commissioners submit any such statements at least 5 business days prior to the consideration of subdivision application. So they have provided us a circular path here, but I would like to have us guys bring to their attention. We can't respond after the meeting
Or prior to.
and give them 5 days notice, and that's what we're gonna say. So anyway, I just would like to see a little pushback to the city, let them know that we are taking them seriously. I concur with Ms. Hanning, and I think we are in an era of improved city-county relations. We ought to cultivate that, but we can't do what they're asking us to do as a matter of schedule. So
Right.
let's work that out with these guys if we could.
That's also not required under statute by any means.
Well, yeah.
You just have to provide a response. It's not give a timeline.
Well, I mean, but just so they don't keep asking us to do something that to me reads internally inconsistent. And so what would happen is, it seems to me, is that this comment letter, the response would be drafted, and then it would come out of this body with an approval, presumably. That would give the city the opportunity to digest that letter before it's in front of the Board of Commissioners, which is an appropriate action, maybe not required under statute, but I think that would be the professional courtesy they refer to here, is so they know where this is going, rather than them getting this letter sometime after it's a done deal. You're frowning, Mr. Gersh, is that?
No, I'm just trying to because it was written to me, but then it says, should the board, yeah, right, so it's like, you can't meet that, they have to see the packet before they can respond, so.
How early is the packet posted for public?
For the Board of County Commissioners?
Yeah.
I think they get it
We
out.
have to have it in
Friday?
like a week and a half.
Friday before that Tuesday, or is it Thursday? Maybe it's Thursday. It's Thursday or Friday.
Isn't it at the end of?
Maybe it's
agenda
Wednesday.
on Wednesday?
Well, they do pre-agenda on Tuesday,
Oh, it's
and
Tuesday,
then,
that's right.
I think it might be Wednesday.
I'm not sure. It's before the end of the week, and then that next Tuesday's the week,
So say the letter were part of our packet, and we had the opportunity to review it and modify or embrace or whatever, then that would go forward as part of our report to the Board of County Commissioners. That would be useful. And then they would have the city's comments, and if the city wanted to jump up that screen, they could come to the meeting and do so. So I guess that's all I'm trying to get a procedure here that is kind of fair to the spirit of the city's comments. Think about it.
Well, that last paragraph is.
Right, I think that they just
You can't-
nobody's read it with any care.
Right.
All right, you talk to those guys.
Okay.
Tell them to think about what they're saying.
Yeah.
We're happy to comply, but they gotta give us something we can comply with.
Yeah.
All right.
Say it, man.
That was my only comment with respect to staff. Anybody else have any questions for planning staff? Oh, is this a small subdivision? Yes, I think so, yeah. So the staff report might have flagged that for us, slightly different rules. Okay, other comments? Staff? Seeing.
Two questions for staff. First, the plat submissions say no proposed public sewage disposal system, which I understand that the applicant is proposing septic tanks, local septic tanks, but it says no proposed domestic water source. And so just clarification for my ignorance, where's the water coming from? I thought it was coming from wells. Is that not considered a domestic water source?
Maybe on 4 Mile rather than Portland. Is that true of both of them?
I'm in Fortman. I'm sorry. Did I go the wrong way? Because I see Mr. Fortman's here, so I just assumed that he tuned in because he's actually interested in his application.
Oh, it says it on the flag.
Oh, all right. No, Mr. Stein, you're looking more carefully than your colleagues.
Oh, it has to be on the plat.
All right, explain that to Mr. Stein, if you would please.
Yeah, so,
Thank you.
so Mr. Thine, so anything that is not going to be hooked into a public water supply or a public sewer system has to have notation on the plat per statute that they will not be providing water or sewer or public water or sewer on the plat. So that's a state statute requirement that has to be on there. That doesn't mean proposing to use wells or cisterns or some other thing. They're just saying, it just is saying that there is no, proposed public supply for these lots.
Thank you for that clarification of the administrivia that we all deal with on a regular basis. And then my other question was, in the city's letter from the city of Laramie to us, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for pointing out the inconsistencies when the city asks us to do something we can't even do. And thank you for the clarification on we are not able to comply with current international code series adopted by the state of Wyoming and the city of Laramie, blah, blah, blah. Great, so we don't have authority to do that anyway. They're saying something here in its C, under number 1 planning, 1C. City staff recommends placing homes in a location that will allow for sensible further subdivision of the land. Does the city have any say in this? I mean, the applicant's coming to us, the county, and saying, I want to split this lot in 2 and make essentially 2 5-acre lots, how I read it. What is the city implying, saying, requiring anything here when they say he needs to be ready to subdivide it further? I'm just confused and I'm learning. I'm sorry, gentlemen, to slow things down.
Speak about it. I think we know the answer, but let's.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Tyne, I believe that comment of the city's is to allow, further urbanization so that these more rural subdivisions could eventually meet city standards if or when annexed, as far as density, which is quite a bit smaller. There's no provision. We cannot control where someone wants to place their house as long as it meets our setbacks. Is there any other features like registering a zoning certificate?
Setbacks.
Just setbacks.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because 1A says they don't see annexing it. And so I'm kind of confused. The city's saying, we're not going to annex this, but we want the guy to place houses in a certain way so we can. And I'm just sort of like, what are you guys talking about in the city? So I echo the chairman's comments.
It's a suggestion. It is for long-term.
Okay.
Potential.
I guess I would add to that we're jumping ahead slightly. There is a growth area management plan that is under development. We had a meeting on that yesterday. And so when you hear from planning staff and council that we can't do that under the current codes, current is an operative word there. Those codes can change. And there's a movement afoot to review that whole relationship between the county and the city and the near city portions of the county. So who knows where that will go, but we may have opportunity to establish codes under which we could require some of these things.
Can I just?
Yes, please.
I think there's a benefit to creating an incentive to develop the land in the way that the city is suggesting because of this potential future growth, that as water supplies become more contaminated and you have to look at annexing and running sewer out to people, it's less expensive when you can, increase the density of the users of that sewer line. And so it's in everybody's benefit to try to develop in the manner that the city is saying. We just can't require it, but we can encourage it. We can, because it's also to the property owner's benefit that they could be like, okay, I'm 75, I'm retiring, I'm selling my land, and before I go on my way out, I'm gonna subdivide it and make some money off of my land, because now zoning has changed and I can go smaller, 40 years from now. So I think it's just trying to think in the future, and we want to encourage that kind of thinking without being government overreachy.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, or staff? Yes, Mr. Paul.
And I think basically our response in the letter would be the applicant's notified.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's all you can do is tell them, hey, could be in your benefit to build this way in
Right.
case you want to subdivide later should zoning change and allow that kind of infill.
We could sort of a small liaison role here, short of enforcement role. Okay, other thoughts on that? Mr. Fortman, would you like to address the commission? Stand for questions?
No, I don't really.
Okay, no, you don't. You're not compelled to.
Is that?
You didn't have a specific question. We've got him in our sights here. Does somebody want
I
to-
truly don't want to spur you guys on, so.
Mr. Kennedy thanks you.
It's getting close to 9:45 when his flight takes off, so.
All right. However, we need to give her time.
Light out.
All right, if we don't want to shortchange anybody, I'm assuming that we have no other matters to take up. All right, then let's open it to public comments, going once, going twice, we'll shine on public. But if somebody wants to leap through the window. All right, we'll close public comments and move on to commission discussion and the motion. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I have a question to Mr. Fortman. Mr. Fortman, could you just tell us in plain English why you're doing this?
We're gonna downsize. When I moved out there, I had horses at the time. And so that's not the case anymore. And we're just gonna downsize to a 2-bedroom barn dominium with a shop on it. A little more, well, so we built there in 97, so it'll be way more energy efficient. All on one floor.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Very helpful.
You bet.
No other comments or questions of Mr. Fortman from me.
Other comments amongst ourselves? Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that we adopt preliminary and final plat for the Fortman subdivision SD-05-22 as recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. We assume that incorporating findings of fact and conclusions of law and so forth.
Thank you.
We need to hear that explicit.
Yes, including findings of facts, et cetera, as enumerated by our chairman in a much more complete fashion than my ability to formulate currently.
How about a reference to staff recommendation if you don't want to actually recite it? I think we do want
Thank you.
we do want to have the record reflect precisely what it is. Would you like to modify your motion slightly, Mr. Thine?
Yes, I'll stand by that modification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Kennedy seconds.
Yeah, well, all right, I think a double second on that. That's fair enough. Okay. Yeah. All right, further discussion question. Let's put it to a vote. Mr. Kennedy.
Aye.
Okay. Ms. Hanning?
I
Mr. Platt? Aye. Mr. Stein?
Aye.
Hinckley votes aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. 4 Mile Acres preliminary and final plat application SD 0622. Mr. Rhodes. And thank you, Mr. Fortman. You're excused should you care to be.
Thank you.
All right, the applicant and owner is Axiom Development LLC, located at 20 Herrick Lane. Their request is to approve a preliminary, final plat and subdivision permit. Current zoning is rural residential, current use is residential. Access will be from Cannonball Lane by way of Herrick Lane, existing state highway. There were some reviews. Karen Bowman, senior GIS analyst, had a comment about the legal description in the application. It has been taken care of. County engineer Jake Schneider had concerns about the preliminary plat, but they were taken care of. Luke Hawkins, Albany County Fire Department 1, had no concerns, but recommends the whole water program. Jory Unverzat, addressing coordinator, approved the road name, Cannonball Road. City of Laramie, Todd Feeser, assistant city manager, had comments regarding the planning and code. Approval of the subdivision was recommended. Full comments can be seen in the review section. Martin Curry, district manager of the Laramie Rivers Conservation District, noted that well water is limited in the area and soil significantly limits the selection and growth rate of trees and shrubs. YDOT Taylor McCourt, District 1 traffic engineer, said any work done in the right of way will need appropriate permitting through District 1 maintenance office. Historic drainage corridors must be maintained. If drainage is affected in the highway right of way, a drainage study needs to demonstrate that post-development discharge rates are metered at or below pre-development rates. All lots should expect to gain access from the access easement along the northern edge, as access will not be granted directly to Highway 130. Summary of subdivision permit requirements. Water lots will be provided domestic water from hauling water from the city of Laramie. Individual cisterns will be used for storing the drinking water supply. Sewage will be served by individual septic systems. Those systems will need to be applied for through the county planning department. Storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider, county engineer. Rocky Mountain Power provides service to the area. Postal service is existing. Roads, Cannonball Road is proposed. Covenants with the road maintenance plan will need to be filed with the final plat. Financial assurance will need to be received before the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Fire protection will be provided by Albany County. Notice has been provided in accordance with the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. Findings of fact, the findings that the summary of subdivision permit requirements, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law. The applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations. Staff analysis. The subdivision is being proposed in an already developed area. The lots will be accessed from Cannonball Road. The addition of 2 lots in this area should not create any substantial impact to the area. The preliminary and final plat complies with the standards of the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations. Staff recommends approval of the 4-mile acre subdivision preliminary and final plat application SD 0622 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in this staff report.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Kennedy.
None at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I do have some questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Gomez. Well, I guess it's generally speaking, this concept of subdividing land that doesn't have a potable water source. The city's letter talks about generally not. They say city staff discourages the subdivision of land that has no access to water or public utilities. Yet they're supplying the water, their prepaid haul program. And so I think in the zoning request is when we probably saw the letter from the geologist, the registered geologist saying that there wasn't potable water. So they met the threshold for why they can't put in wells, why they can't provide water. But so my question is, what would you do if like a 20 lot subdivision came in and every single one of them was going to haul water? I mean, is the city's okay with it? They say they have enough water. I'm just trying to get the read. Is that like where we want to head? Is that okay? Is that like, I just wonder about the sanitary aspects of what we're holding everybody else to. But then we're like, well, you folks who are willing to buy these lots without, a water supply, you'll have a cistern, you'll haul your own water, you'll make it work. But we're not gonna look at what that plan is. So I'm a little ill at ease just with that part. I mean, I know it's a reality of how people have to develop out there. But I'm just worried that it's going to be an increasing trend in this direction. And so I know it's allowed, we're allowing it, it's allowed in the state statute too. But does it concern you that we could go in that direction more, or am I sort of like a nervous Nelly about this?
I mean, I think I would agree with, city staff. It's like, probably good to discourage this, but it really is a cultural thing in Albany County. There are a lot of people that haul their water. I mean, that's just a fact. And if people buy these lots knowing that's what they do, I guess that's on them. I don't think it's the best planning practice,
Right.
for sure. And that's a discussion that we could have as a board is whether this is a good way to go, or whether we want to require some other type of water supply other than, just saying whatever you want to do, and the cistern may be the only thing you can do. But I don't know. I mean, that's a large question, and it's something that we could discuss.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
But I mean, it could just all of a sudden you could end up with an application for subdividing a giant chunk of land where there's no water into rural residential with cisterns and haul water.
I'd say a lot of them in the Big Hollow. I mean, most of them in the Big Hollow probably have cisterns. There are some folks that have water, but the water's not exactly what you want to drink.
Right.
They have wells, but they don't usually use it for all that stuff.
To put the point on Commissioner Hanning's question, can we deny a subdivision for lack of a suitable water supply? We have requirements here that they tell us about their water supply. Let's say
I'd have to double check with the subdivision regulations.
My house was.
Let's picture it.
Under some of the same sort of framework of, I was trying to use the comprehensive plan to deny. So right now, we need some specific language in the zoning resolution to do that kind of thing, I believe.
Do we have that? That's my question. If we do, as we could discuss earlier in this meeting, we do have language that instructs our subdividers to demonstrate to us that they have provided adequate water and wastewater supplies.
Supply method.
I mean, I believe the minimum is that if you don't have a domestic water source, then you put no domestic water source. We have to put that, but other than that, I don't know.
So it's just about the deed.
Mr. Chair, a question, if you would, to staff.
We're chasing this one around, but if you want to contribute to this discussion, go ahead, Mr. Stein.
Thank you. Specifically, we are accepting that haul water will be available. And that seems to me to be the city's decision, not the county's decision. And so to Commissioner Hanning's point, if you had a large proposed development out there and they were proposing haul water, which has been a standard practice in the county and in many, many places, that always assumes that the city has sufficient supply and will provide it. And I'm not clear exactly legally, we say yes, because the developer is proposing haul water. And what happens if the city, a year or 2 years, whenever, says, hey, no more haul water? Where does the county, the county, end up on that short end of the stick? Or does the city, by definition, have to supply haul water? I'm not clear on that. And so I'm just inquiring as to my education.
They do not, Ms. Hanning.
So I wrote to the city to ask about that, Mr. Tyne. And they said that right now, they have no concerns with their supply. And it's a prepaid program that you do before you fill up your tank with water. You pay for it ahead of time. So it's getting metered. And the price could go up in the future, but they say that for the foreseeable future, for the people who are already doing this, they don't see any problem with them being able to have plentiful water supply for the foreseeable future. But I think that's when you're looking at this trickle in of 1 or 2 here and there. And maybe they say they don't have a problem with 20, but we don't have a system in place for communicating with them other than an informal, like, Todd, what do you think of this? And so there is, they have a prepaid program, but I don't think it's a contractual agreement between the property owner and the city that prepaid program will forever be there. I don't know. Maybe it is.
Well, I don't think so either. I mean, it's just a service they provide. I mean,
Right.
I know at least one like 4th or 5th or whatever down there,
Right.
where it's basically coin operated. It's like going to a vending machine for water and they just fill up your thing. And I know the water plant west of town, they also have water available there. And I think they just I don't know exactly how they do it. Actually, if Mike's still on, he could tell you, but yeah, you can get water there as well. But
We're something here. Anyone, there's water.
Well, no, but we are required.
Right. No, we're not guaranteed.
And the plat's gonna say no water. You guys have to take care of yourself.
Our regulations require a report completed by a Wyoming registered professional engineer certifying that a water supply that is sufficient in terms of quality, quantity, and dependability will be available. Now, do we have such assurance for 4 Mile? I'm just reading from our statute.
No, we have a report from a professional geologist in the zoning change that says that there is not water. So they made the demonstration that they don't need to show you anything about the water.
I don't think that's consistent with our regulations as.
Where are you reading?
I'm reading from page Roman 4-6, minimum requirements for subdivision.
Okay.
That's for
This is
general,
also a small subdivision.
it is not exempted from this, is what I've heard.
So
Is
the
it?
definition of water supply system under a regulation includes development of the source and all structures for conveyance of raw water to the treatment plant or delivery systems. While water treatment plants, including disinfection facilities, water supply systems used for irrigation and stock water, and all finished water delivery systems, including pipelines, plumbing stations, and finished water storage facilities. David, in your opinion, would Halt water qualify as a water supply system under that definition?
say, what was it? Where are you?
Right here.
So you're at G, that this piece applies to water supply systems. Okay. So your point is that what I was quoting is a subsection of G that refers to systems specific.
But this is water supply system. I mean, I'm thinking that's a bigger system than just a well.
Okay.
I mean, and honestly, under what you're looking at, Mr. Hinckley, it says if no water supply or water source is proposed by the subdivider, the applicant shall include a report by a Wyoming registered professional geologist providing his opinion relative to the potential availability and quality of groundwater for individual wells within the proposed subdivision, and the word no proposed domestic water source shall appear as on all offers, solicitations, advertisements, contracts, agreements, and plats relating to the subdivision. But
if
the
a
small
proposed
subdivision doesn't
Yeah,
have to
if
do
a
this.
proposed subdivision qualifies as a small subdivision, the following state and county regulatory provisions will not be required. A report by a Wyoming registered geologist providing an option relative to the quality of groundwater from individual wells within the proposed subdivision.
So, I mean, it's exempt from that.
this refers to quality rather than quantity, but it's fuzzy. Okay, so I'll accept the answer to my question, can we, is probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm not saying I want to, but I share this concern that, I mean, let's say here's a subdivision and we happen to know that if you try drinking the water out of your well, it's gonna drop you dead. That would seem to be slightly irresponsible for us to approve a subdivision despite saying deadly water on the plat.
Right.
All right, but if we don't have the authority to do that at this point, then all right, maybe that goes in our hopper for
And-
possible communication.
David,
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, please.
I guess since I've been around the entire state at one point or another and put a lot of quarters into water machines at various municipalities to fill spray equipment. In some locations, I know of at least 3 where there are private entities that buy the water from a municipality or a water district and deliver that water out as well. So it's not always just, I've got to run in and fill up the tank in the back of my pickup and go to the cistern. I know of at least 3 different locations in Wyoming where that's actually a common practice, and someone has a business of delivering potable water for cisterns for some of these remote locations, whether it's a seasonal or year-round service, sort of like the same subscription that you might have if you lived in town and paid your water bill.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the only other comments I had was seeing one on the cities, how the letter works. Same answer, I assume. We don't have a letter there because of an editorial mismatch. Okay, thank you. Other comments, questions for staff with respect to 4 Mile?
I just have a question for David.
Please.
Do you happen to know if is water delivered out right now? Is the airport served by city water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Lytle, since I see you here, are you available for a comment on the continuing availability of city for haul water?
I am.
What say you?
As far as supply goes, city's in pretty good shape on supply. One point of disclaimer, I'm not the official spokesman for the city, so anything official, you'll have to go through channels and get it out of our public works director. But he'll probably say what I tell him to say.
All right, I got the general question. You're aware of no reason that one could not continue to count on the city system for availability of water to haul. Is that fair?
That would be fair. I can't see any reason in, far into the future that we'd ever suspend that. That being said, there's always new regulations popping up and all sorts of things, but that's considered an essential service. And I can't imagine a scenario that would cause that to be suspended.
Thank you.
Reaction to that. As you know, a large water user of the city is just stop using water.
They're using the aquifer, but they stopped using the city water.
Okay, now, all right, like we don't need to go further with that. I'm just curious as to what are the limits of our authority were. Okay, the applicant is not here, which I'm fine with, but we don't need to hear from him. So are there public comments on the 4 Mile Acres plat? Seeing none.
Can I weigh in?
Yes, please.
This is Mike Lytle. There was a comment earlier that the city discouraged the development. I actually made that comment that the issue is we have a pressure service zone at the airport just pretty much across the road. And when we were doing the plan review on that, we were unclear as to whether they wanted to get a tap into that service area. The issue we have is that's served by a relatively small pump station, and we just at this time don't have the capacity in that area of town to provide additional water across Highway 130. So that was the source of that comment from the city.
Thank you. They have to haul it further if they need. Okay, we'll close public comments. What's the thinking of the commission? Discussion, we want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I will recommend to the Board of Planning Commissioners that we approve this 4 mile acres preliminary final plan application SD-06-22 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, approaches to law, and stated in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any seconds? Discussion of the motion. Motion is to approve as per staff recommendation. Discussion. Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Mr. Kennedy.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Platt.
Aye.
Mr. Klein.
Aye.
Hinckley. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to other planning projects. Let's start with a short update on the management plans that are going forward. Mr. Gerch.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the growth area management plan, we've finished up our first phase, which is kind of get information from the public, what they want to see, where they want to grow, how they want to grow. We did 190, or we received 190 surveys from our online survey, which is pretty substantial. We had stakeholder interviews with 40 different individuals. So over a course of 2 or 3 weeks. And so right now the consultant is taking all that information and consolidating it, looking for themes and looking for direction. And so it's pretty exciting. The consultants are working to come up with some different growth scenarios, determine kind of where that line actually is, the growth boundary, instead of just, the 1 mile, it's going to be, moved in and out and kind of figured out where we can actually go, where we should see growth, where we should really plan to make sure growth is done properly. So that's where that's at. Mr. Hinckley attended a meeting yesterday, and if you'd like to chime in, Mr. Hinckley, on your perceptions or anything of where we're at, that'd be appropriate.
No, I concur. It was a good meeting. I think those of us on the selection committee are pleased with our selection so far. It sounds like they're doing a good job. Housing was, I guess, the message that I got from the consultant based on
Specifically affordable housing or just housing?
Well, housing, I think, across the board.
Availability, yeah.
Affordable housing, but also housing to hit that market of people, professionals wanting to move to town, not having adequate housing. So it's a top to bottom issue. The city seems to be most focused on affordable housing, and at the lower end, where so many of the city people find themselves. But it covers the spectrum. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So stay tuned for further developments. But
At what point will we have a chance to make some input?
Well, at some point,
As the P&Z.
Well, it'll resolve itself ultimately into memorandum of understanding and zoning. And that will come straight to us.
Okay.
And the plan will have to come through you to be adopted.
Mr. Chair.
It's a land use plan. ultimately authorize it to state statute, routed through planning and zoning to the county. Go ahead.
Is the sole focus of the growth area management plan housing? Or does it also look at, well, on the heels of our public meetings for the natural resource management plan and hearing people concerned about the view shed, you know, it occurs to me that we're totally at the mercy of the wind projects and what they want to propose to us, which is generally based on minimizing number of landowners you have to work with, minimizing working with the federal government. I mean, so these projects are getting placed not where the county may think they should go and belong in best serves our community. They're getting placed where the applicant has the biggest, I mean, this is their job, right? They're going to place it closest to transmission lines. And they're going to try to minimize having to deal with property owners and the government. And so then that just puts us having to take what we get. And so I just got thinking about Matt's discussion of overlay zones to satisfy the comprehensive plan. And I wondered if we wanted to contemplate a growth zone where we think wind is well suited, and in other places where we think it just shouldn't be happening. You know, I know that's a slippery slope, but I'm hearing that from the community, and I'm feeling like we don't have a lot to go off of saying no to anything if we don't say this is our overlay zone of where we're letting wind conditional permits be applied for. Every place else is off limits to you.
This plan does not look at that.
Doesn't look
No,
at
no,
that.
this is about the city and its growth into the surrounding area,
Right.
focusing on the
The
one,
city relationship.
yeah, the city county. So it's,
Right.
it's that.
The city doesn't have to
place.
think about wind because they got the 1 mile buffer.
Well, and nobody's gonna put a wind farm
Right.
on top of the city.
Yeah.
Good point.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm going to have to sign off. I just got a text that I need to go tend to my flight if I intend to get out of Portland here. So I will bow out and watch the recording tomorrow and listen to everyone's comments. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have a good flight, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, I'll try to carry your thoughts forward with Kennedy. I have our correspondence and yeah, I was hopeful that you could do that, but I'll try to be faithful to the concerns that you raised.
I'll stop on the wind thing.
Thank you.
But anyway.
But let's just follow that tangent very briefly. As I understood it, EAC was charged with looking at wind regulations in the county at some point.
Yes.
Anything happening?
So they did a review. The analysis that we received from the community that did that was what we have is pretty adequate. There wasn't a whole lot of changes they wanted to. I've never seen a written document from this committee though, so I can't speak to what concerns and where they did want to change things, but there wasn't a whole lot of change from the committee that EAC put together. So yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a zoning question for us
Yeah,
at some point.
Sorry for the tangent.
Okay. Natural resource plan.
Okay, so we just held some public meetings, which weren't super well attended, but you know, I don't know, it is what it is. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna take what input they did have. I think the steering committee will meet again. Honestly, we're gonna meet with Bree Burton from Y2 Consulting on Monday to plan out the next steps to see where this kind of lands. So, but yeah, it's moving forward. I mean, I think there were some good comments from the community. Public meetings are not the best way to get input either. I mean, I think it was much more valuable when we did the stakeholder interviews that we did before that. So I don't know if there's any comments you have more.
No, I think I'm wondering if we're expecting to see more written comments than public involvement comments. That's the sense that I got, that we'll see more in writing from people.
And these types of plans, it's like you really have to go out and grab it from people. You can't expect them to come to you, even if you put like stuff out there. It's like, oh, yeah, comment. We just don't, I don't know. You have to engage them. And that wasn't a big part of the plan that came up by the consultant. There wasn't a whole lot of engagement other than just some of this last stuff.
Well, I mean, the consultant came away from the last county commission meeting with some very specific instructions to engage.
Yeah, and I think they followed through.
And I think they did as well. No, and that was very valuable. But no, their original plan was quite minimal. So yeah, that public comment period closes here in another week, I believe.
15th.
15th.
Thought it was the 15th, maybe, but don't quote me.
All right.
Yeah, so
Pretty soon. Okay. Anything else on that? Questions? Standing is the county planning and zoning representative on that committee, and of course, these two guys. Casper Aquifer plan.
yeah, so there is an internal draft now that's being reviewed. I believe we have a meeting on Monday to review that. And then we're working on our outreach plan for this one. There's been some discussions and different ideas and things. So I think that should be hopefully hammered out soon, which it should include some stakeholder meetings, hopefully, and then some other methods of getting input from some folks. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at, honestly.
Well, and is that the whole plan? As one of the hydrogeologists in town, I've been contacted by the technical folks, but have they brought forward suggestions for zoning changes, regulatory review? Is that part
So
of the
it's
plan?
the plan. I don't know if they work specifically on what regulatory, they haven't done that.
Maybe that's the next step.
Yes, that is the next step, I think, after get through this. So, or I think they're kind of working with it in conjunction, but they've got the plan kind of rewritten the way they like it. Honestly, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but.
So that would be the normal course, is the plan would then be accepted. Then you would, because I'm remembering how I've done this years past, then there's a set of regulations that are promulgated based on that plan.
Yes, I mean, and usually the regulations, like the current cap that we're under and even the city's under, it does have the recommendations for regulatory change within the plan. So I'm not sure, like I said, I haven't looked at the plan yet, how they've configured that. I don't know if that'll be like an appendix, and I think that might be what they're gonna do is just put that as an appendix of the plan. And then we take that and then we work on it and come up with changes we want to make from that. So yeah, that'd be the second step, is to go through the process again. So
And for those who might be listening to this meeting for the update, I can share that the boundary has been looked at with considerable care. Finally, it's
Include expansion north and south, or just
no,
west
the
end?
east-west boundary is the one that's, of course, that's been most contentious, and the regulatory changes that were adopted by the county a year ago November were much more conservative in drawing that line, following the lead that the city's consultants had put together in 2008, and now the consultants for the city-county joint plan are looking at that with considerably more care, bringing all available geology to it, and mostly moving it to the east. So those who felt that it was perhaps a little bit too generous should find some relief in the next go round.
And I really like how they've done it. I think it is really appropriate. I think they've taken, like Bert says, they've taken the existing, information, geology data, as well as using surveyable lines. So they've used that as well to come up with a boundary that I feel pretty comfortable with, at least at this draft stage. So hopefully it'll be.
Argue about.
Yeah, hopefully others will like it too, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, as one of those who has tried to inject a certain amount of science into that whole discussion, I've been pretty happy with the rest of course. So I think we're in good shape. All right, questions of Church? Anybody on Castro? Okay, that's come along nicely. All right, and we get later in the meetings, but and maybe we should do some of these things first. I've just been reluctant to have these discussions on the back of one of our applicants, but I think we all agree that at some point we need to talk about the big stuff. So let's take another, I don't know, half hour here, 20 minutes at least, talking about where we're going on some of these larger matters. So this is something I've been carrying the ball on. And just by way of background, at our April meeting, we discussed the role of DEQ, and we've discussed that pretty much every subdivision since the new board was constituted this year. And the basic message is that DEQ is not doing what we would like them to do in terms of relying on them to give us the feedback we want on potential impacts on groundwater of subdivisions. I don't think that's an overstatement to put it that way. And I also bring to our attention, as has been exposed over the course of this meeting, we have our own regs. I think they could use some tightening up, but we are not bereft of authority to hold our subdivision applicants to some level of analysis of water and wastewater suitability. And feel free to jump in here, Mr. Harris, if I mischaracterize what we have. At our March meeting, we asked the DEQ for a second review of the nitrates and got back, as we discussed, what we considered. And I guess I'm speaking mostly of the three hydrogeologists on the commission, but that's a majority, that we thought was a pretty poor answer. In our May meeting, we asked our applicant to explain their DEQ analysis. We have now proceeded to approve that subdivision. Last year, Chairman Gosar asked DEQ for a review of the cumulative impacts of those subdivisions that are stacking up on East Grand, where they really are just exactly what Mr. Wetstein and Commissioner Hanning described, where one's feeding into the next, is feeding into the next. It's just a classic situation of cumulative impacts. And so far in that discussion, the response we've got from DEQ has been scientifically unsatisfactory, and hence our repeated queries to them. And they've made it clear that they are not interested in expanding their analysis to cumulative impacts, but as Commissioner Hanning alluded to, they have said, you guys go for it. So it's clear we could, through appropriate code changes, take more of that on ourselves. The discussion earlier is one that several of us has had. How do we do that? I think I'm speaking for the rest of you when I say we've been pleased with Mr. Schneider's detailed review. I know I ripped through those drainage analyses fairly cursory, and when he says you've got the wrong roughness coefficient on your equation, I think he's doing good work. And as was pointed out earlier, we have nothing like that, except for the particular configuration of this board, where we have expertise on board to provide that level of review. And that's what's exposed these, I think, the deficiency of the previous practice of simply saying, if DEQ is okay, we're okay. By way of that of introduction, I also would point out that I have, subsequent to Mr. Fernandez's approval of Cottontail, I believe, which one?
Osborne?
Or Osborne. I just called him. I've known Mr. Fernandez from his work in the Water and Health Commission, and said, who would my question to him was, who do we talk to at DEQ who's handling the technical stuff? I just said, we continue to have these kind of technical issues amongst us on the board. Who should I be talking to? To his credit, he said, well, okay, we're kind of getting that feedback. Let's have a meeting with him and his boss, and I was saying, well, all right, whatever you want to do, but that's great. So I'm pursuing that kind of on my own initiative, and I've made it clear that I can't speak for this commission unless there's something specific that's been authorized, which we've done several times. But just by way of sharing with you, my exploration of this has been to try to get DEQ, the appropriate folks, to sit down. And my pitch is, what we're seeing from you isn't doing it for us. And we don't want to just see a thumbs up, thumbs down. We want to have you talk to us about what you're seeing and what are the limitations of this. And if you think we ought to do, or if you were encouraging us to do enhanced septics like they did when they thought we don't need this, you weren't. Well, let's talk about that. And so there's two things. I'd like their technical team to step up to the plate with a more rigorous technical analysis. I'm skeptical that we're going to be able to rely on DEQ for the more in-depth intuitive analysis that we all seem to want. Possibilities there are to staff up. It's been pointed out to us that in Teton County, they have an environmental staff. So they, like Mr. Schneider, they have the onboard capacity to make detailed reviews and comments and hold their applicants to a much higher standard than DEQ seems inclined to do. That would be a possibility. I would also, I'll finish my little monologue here, refer us to the aquifer protection regulations, which provide an alternative route to that level of expertise, which is to, at the discretion of the county, required of the applicant at their expense. So again, these would all take code changes, but the idea there would be that if the county wants to have somebody look at the application materials like Mr. Schneider looks at the engineering, they can hire that done. And I would like to come out of this whole discussion with a structural change that does not depend on the expertise of the individual members of planning and zoning. I mean, we're looking for something that's structurally able to be sustained going forward. So,
Out of curiosity,
with that thought, go for it.
yeah, roughly what do such reports cost to get done? What was the ballpark figure?
Oh, well, I'll tell you the report that Mr. Wetstein produced for his client, that was an extensive piece of work. I don't know if we're allowed to ask, but I would guess that cost those guys $10,000. Reports that we see elsewhere, the reports that I do for my clients, which I'll confess are not that detailed, run in the $3,000 to $5,000. That's what those Chapter 23 reports go. You could get a competent peer review of one of those, I think, for it cost you, well, they're doing reviews of SSI's peer reviews, they're called $1,000.
David, do you have a rough idea of what these lots, like a 5-acre lot out there sell for these days? You have any clue at all? I don't.
Really no clue.
Do any of y'all?
I mean, these days, you know, I just know everything is more. There was a lot. I heard of a lot that's kind of near the city. It's 5 acres. It went for over about $500,000. So
That would be a special lot.
yeah, I don't know, but I'm not really sure, like on average what's
Yeah,
going right now. But it's like everything is super expensive right now. So
To look at what.
yeah,
What they
Probably
probably.
really variable.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably depends on where it is, and you know.
Mr.
Bobby,
Chairman,
Oh,
to
you have any-
answer Mr. Platt's question, the cost to benefit ratio, if you will, we're talking, you're not adding 10% to the cost of the lot to ask for this. You're probably not adding 5% to the cost of the lot to add to do this. And I think the larger picture for the county that we need to consider, in my view, is that we have already seen, and this is an unusual board, and so I take the chairman's comments to heart that you need a structural change because you can't count on getting 3 hydrogeologists, professional hydrogeologists on your planning and zoning commission. I don't know that I've ever heard of that happening actually here. And I'm sure staff is going, oh, damn, why did we get these guys? So I want to have, in an ideal world, a couple things would happen from my point of view. One, there'd be a structural change such that the county planning staff had the resources that they needed. And what is clear in developing this idea, and I know this is a very short experience in my case, is we are seeing growth in the county outside where county planning and city planning is focused. One. Two, the background concentration of a contaminant of interest. This is nitrate, and there are many contaminants of interest we're not dealing with. But the background concentration of nitrate in the county is going up in the groundwater. And at some point, we're going to exceed 10. And to your point, Mr. Platt, 10 is not a magic number. It's what the EPA negotiated with people as, geez, this is going to cause health problems. And Mr. Hinckley mentioned availability of oxygen in your body. And this is particularly issue for young children and older people. And so 10 is the number we're living with because that's the regulation. At some point, what we've seen in the county and what I've observed and other people have observed who do this is that the background level is going up. And there's been some debate about in the county commissioner's office about why, with the county commissioners, why is it going up? And I think the consensus from scientific people is very clear. It's going up because of septic systems. There's only 2 or 3 sources where you get nitrate. It isn't the buffalo or the domestic animals. Tony Hope has, who used to direct through the River Conservation District, showed conclusively that's not the case. It's not fertilizer because we don't fertilize our lawns that much. It's not hog or domestic animal feed yards. It's septic systems. And so we are going to be required to approve septic systems for growth in the county where it matters. And right now we are on the edge of playing musical chairs. So somebody's going to start out with a level of 7 and it's going to exceed 10 and we will stop all growth in that area. And that will just continue out, through the areas that we want to develop. So to me, it is a larger problem that the county is going to have to address. And someday it's going to end up in court if we don't. And I think we need a plan. I think we need a plan to allow us to continue growth in the areas that we're seeing growth. And we're going to have to use individual septic systems to do this, or a centralized septic system. And we heard tonight, there's a lot of resistance from those county residents to get hooked into city supplies and to, if the city could even supply it, hence the hall water issue. So this is an issue that the county needs, in my view, to put on the agenda. And I think Commissioner Hinckley just suggested a couple possibilities. And what always happens in these cases is resources. You guys have a budget position that for a county hydrogeologist? I haven't heard of that. If you go to the county commissioners and say, we need this, you've got to make that case. And now somebody's got to pay for it. All right. Can you hire consultants? Yeah, there are a lot of qualified consultants who could do this. But how does that get us down the road? Because we're playing musical chairs. At some point, somebody who wants to develop is not going to be able to develop because the model, be it good or bad, says it's over 10. And we just had a 9.8 tonight. And I can tell you as a professional, 9.8 is 10.1 is 10.2. It's happening. It's going to happen. And I personally don't think that the county needs to stop this, to me, desirable growth. This desirable growth of people who are building high-end homes, expensive homes on 5-acre lots, seems to be the preferred method of development in the county. And that increases our tax base. There's many, many benefits that we could talk about. But we got to address the water issue at some point. And I don't think it can happen in one meeting. I think you have to converse with the county commissioners. You have to converse with the county. And I'd be very interested to see the growth plan. Because what I heard last time from the fellow who's starting the growth plan and starting to get impact is people value the lifestyle here. That's how Laramie County is going to grow. And we want people. And I have friends at the university who talk about they can't hire because there's not affordable housing in Laramie or outside Laramie. They can't hire people at the School of Energy Resources, professional people who are going to make $70,000 a year because they can't afford a house here. And these costs are only going to go up. And we need a plan. We need a structural, embedded plan that allows the county to continue to develop without running into the water problem. And that is possible to do. Technically, I can tell you, stepping outside my role as a county commissioner for a moment and talking as a experienced person in this area, there is the possibility of a plan that is fair to everybody that can be developed and implemented to allow this growth to continue in the county. So that is my soapbox that I'm standing on in this commission, is somebody's going to do it or it's going to happen without just saying, hey, I'm sorry, you got 10.2. We're not going to approve your permit. And at some point, you know, it's going to end up in court. The state DEQ so far, as Commissioner Hinckley's pointed out, doesn't care. They don't care about, you know, this. So it's going to devolve to the county. Is Teton County the right model to follow and have an environmental section to county planning? I don't know. I don't know these answers. But I do think that it would be, I don't know if it's outside our bounds as planning and zoning. It doesn't sound like it, but I'm not familiar with all the legal stuff. But I would really love to put this issue to bed and have a plan so that when we approve these small subdivisions, which are multiplying like rabbits, as far as I can tell, that we have something to offer developers, people who want to monetize their investment in the county by subdividing their land, that we have a plan that they can follow that's reasonable, that doesn't elevate the cost of these lots out of control, but at the same time protects everybody else's investment. So that's my soapbox for the evening. And, you know, my point to what I'm hearing over and over again, because otherwise, guys, I can tell you what's going to happen. I'm a modeler and I can tell you what's going to happen. We're going to end up with an input value where the output of this model, good or bad, exceeds 10. And we are going to be required now, as I understand, and I could be wrong, so I'm looking for guidance on this from Mr. Gersh and anybody else who wants to weigh in, but we're going to be required to say, no, sorry, you can't do it. Boom, done. Musical chairs, you got in last, we're done. And that to me just seems like a recipe for disaster on a lot of levels. So anybody who's got an idea to fix this, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Tyne, on your thoughts. One thing to keep in mind is we don't have to deny a subdivision permit. We would have to require treatment. So it would be the first subdivision that is at that tipping point would just be suddenly dealing with a lot of additional costs to engineer a system that could treat the nitrate down to some level where they could still discharge. So I don't think you have to think of it as a no more development. I think we have to think of it as your cost of development is going to go up for all you developers who are coming in later in the game because everybody else got there first to contaminate the groundwater up to the allowable limits. And everybody who comes later is just going to have to pay more.
I appreciate your comments, Ms. Hanning, and I don't, that's my fear, is we get to that level and what people are being told, you know, what I hear is it's going to cost you $60,000 to put in your enhanced septic system. And now that becomes back to the original question, what percent cost are we asking people to bear? How much more is their development or their lot going to cost? And just plopping down 60K, we could look at the perspective that, well, they're spending 600K for their house and their lot anyway, or $1 million or whatever, because they're going to get this nice big lot south of Laramie, this absolutely beautiful place, and oh, they'll just pay. but that sort of, I guess that's a Republican point of view.
Or you have
Not to make a political comment, but I'm kind of hoping to find some way to spread that out and not to be this instantaneous barrier that's created. Because that's what I see. There's an instantaneous barrier created, as you say, for the people who come in later. And I don't know, could we avoid that? Is there a way to avoid that?
Matt, Mr. Harris, do you have your page 3 book there where you're going to weigh in on this topic? If not, that's what Mr. Chair. Okay, well, just a quick point to slides. The $60,000 is a complete boogeyman number that's being tossed around by people who are adamantly opposed to the idea of enhanced systems. The DEQ, when they were asked to come over and address Albany County, they were asked to opine on that number, and their engineers were kicking around numbers more like 2 to 5. So enhanced is a very big term. That's another pet peeve I have with DEQ is they've not pinned that down precisely. But one of the points of contention, as Commissioner Kennedy could verify for us, of the aquifer regs that were passed last year were the degree, what is the level of regulation of septic tanks in municipal water supplies? The DEQ rule promulgated, 5-6 years ago now, that was quoted in the current county statutes, says anybody on a public water supply aquifer in zone 2, which is everybody in that APOZ, has to put in enhanced systems. Now, nobody's enforced that. And I'm looking to Mr. Gertsch. The way the county regulation reg is written is actually softer than the state reg, because it says new and replacement systems. The state reg says anybody on the aquifer, full stop. So, but that's the aquifer. I think it's important that we bust this out into the larger area, which is what we have in discussion with such as Satanga. Anywhere else in the county, we're still having this issue of a proliferation of subdivisions right next to each other. And in fact, as I indicated earlier, the latest aquifer regs are pushing that, concentrating that development north and south of town, along North 9th and Cove Springs and 287. So I don't know, you planners, are there examples out there of an overlay zone that says we're going to put in a quota for nitrate loading that you get 2 milligrams per nitrate per year per acre or something? Any zoning thoughts that one might pursue?
I've never seen one, but I mean, that's not that there isn't one out there, and not that you couldn't create one.
Just the concept of some kind of to capture Mr. Stein's concern that you don't just take it to failure, you somehow apportion the load. We see this in aquifer management where I deal, where various states have set up situations where nobody is allowed to take more than X amount of water. And the idea is that it creates a life of the aquifers in terms of use. And
I mean, the way we regulate that is through density most of the time. I mean, that's why we have the minimum lot sizes and the minimum density is to deal with nitrates and whatever else that comes from wastewater systems.
So maybe it's a density that's responsive to the geology. That would be a different approach.
I mean, honestly, that's the easiest way for us to enforce something like that. The 35 acres thing.
But Mr. Gertsch, what we're being asked to do so far in my job is to just make it more dense, and there just doesn't seem to be any connection with the resource. It's just, people come in and they say, I have a 35 acre lot, I want 5 lots on it, and we say yes. Okay, I hate to be the bad guy here, but that ain't going to work. That dog ain't going to hunt much longer. And we've seen that. 9.8. Okay, we approved 9.8. Well, the next one could be 10. And now somebody's out. Somebody who has watched their neighbors do this for maybe even good reasons, bad reasons, I don't care. It's their property, and all of a sudden they're just cut off. And I can't see that. I wouldn't like that personally if it were me. And yet, without guidance, without some kind of plan and apportionment of pain, if you will, that's where we're going to end up really quickly. Because the developments, it's pretty clear where development's going in Albany County over the next couple of years, and very quickly they're going to run out of that. And I just think that's, for me personally, it's dereliction of duty. I didn't sign up for this thing because I thought it would be fun, and I've been proven that it's not fun to be serving on this commission. And so it's like, look, let's just talk about the real stuff, a problem that we all see emerging, and get ahead of the game on this, so that we don't have people who are restricted and that they can't develop. And maybe that's true that they can't. I accept that. But what I'm seeing is not a discussion about how would it become acceptable. What could we do that's reasonable? And I'm just struck by the fact that Mr. Hinckley's heard $3,000, and I've heard from a guy who puts septic tanks in is $60K. Now that is 20 times, a factor of 20 here, okay? As a guy who bought property here, that's a big deal to me. You tell me it's going to be 20 times as much as somebody else says. So just cleaning up that mess. And the other question is, quit deferring to the state. The state is a loser on this issue. Sorry, I hate to be blunt, but it's only us chickens here right now, no public, although we're being recorded. But that's the state. The state's just gonna dump us out the side of the road on this. And it's fine for the state to do this because most of Wyoming is not a growth area. Let's just be honest. Most counties don't grow. Albany County grows. And you guys are talking about 50,000 people. Okay, I don't know if I believe that or not, but I have seen the county grow. We've all seen developments go up around the city of Laramie and in the adjacent county areas. It's great to have planning for that, but these people that are a little further out don't seem to have anybody looking out for their stuff, and that's where I'm coming from. It's like, hey, wait a minute, I live in Sherman Hill, it's fine, but I've watched 10 houses go in the 15 years I've been here. And those are great houses. They're great neighbors. They're great people for Laramie. I'm sure all these people that we're approving subdivisions for are going to be good citizens too. But I don't want to see this just snap off when the magic number of 10 comes up. In a model that, quite frankly, is pretty pathetic. And then the whole idea that Mr. Hinckley's talking about with cumulative impact, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about this background level going up enough until this model says, oh, no more. And that seems a very unsatisfactory position for us to be in.
Okay, just one clarification, as Commissioner Hammond said, it would cease to approve subdivisions under the current regulations. DEQ would say, you're over 10, we recommend enhanced systems. We would get.
Well, they recommend. Come on, Bern, they recommend. They don't require. We can ignore that. And that isn't going to work.
I'm going to have to get in on this one because their recommendation gives us a legal basis to require the enhanced systems. And going backwards a little bit, as someone who's been a developer in the past, when I look at the cost of doing a development, the first thing I would, at some point, if I were if the data indicated that I was going to hit the 10 threshold, and the other side of that 9.8 is 10.1, it's also 9.5. The other,
Good
the
point.
other, the other side of that is that given the position that this commission and the commissioners have, I would, and based on the discussions we've had, I would probably want to sample at the upslope point of my development. And one thing, when we talk about increased costs, we're probably going to be looking at larger developments. And at that point, if, you know, we're going back to that 20x factor there, if we really are looking at something in the $30,000-$40,000 range, what size of development do I need for it to make sense for me to go to the district model where I have a central treatment plant of some kind, where arguably we can use better technology. You have some other things that are available. I think some of this is really what will happen will be, one, how much data somebody's willing to collect up front, and second, what makes the most economic sense for them to develop a given parcel. I could certainly see if it was an issue when I went in and did a sample well at the top of the development, that I would want to put in a central septic system and create a district. And granted, the other side of that is it brings in some other jurisdictions too. All of a sudden, I fall under the jurisdiction of US EPA Region 8 as far as water treatment and water supply too. So in some respects, I think one of the questions on the cumulative issue may be, at some point we'll want to start doing some upstream sampling. And even more to the point, I think it's also worthwhile to find out some background on what is entirely upslope of the aquifer too. I come from an area where we actually have background nitrate that in some cases actually exceeds that without any contamination. So it's not all from septic systems, nor is it from livestock. It can be from mineral formations that it flows through at some point. So I think probably one of the best points is where we get hard data rather than necessarily relying on models.
So, Commissioner Kennedy, you thought about this. What's your thoughts on this cumulative effects in that scenario? Do you paint of a big subdivision coming in and they want to monitor what the nitrates, or pick your contaminant, sodium, PCBs, whatever it is, coming in? But the issue is, what are they doing to the existing subdivisions that are down below? So how do we get our arms around the permitting decisions that are this subdivision's effect on the people downstream, rather than?
I guess the first question to ask is, what is the background level coming in? That if we're assuming that it's cumulative, we have to know what is coming in before we know what a given development is allowed to do, so that we know so that things are safe downstream.
So how do we get the data?
I'm working on that. But I really think that that's one of the things. The burden isn't entirely on the burden is on the new development to not exceed for those down below.
Right.
But having said that, how much room they have is dependent on what they are seeing above them. And if it's already at a level where it doesn't tolerate anything, yes, at some point we may have to require that they install some sort of centralized system versus enhanced, depending. and that's one of the other things that that'd do is end up with, in all likelihood, higher density, because economically it's going to make more sense for me to install that centralized system if I have smaller lots, and my lot cost is going to be somewhat lower, but it's still going to be higher than it would be if I could do just a regular septic system.
Yeah, just let's Mr. Platt speak here for a minute if we get.
I'd like to come back to a point you were, or a question you asked at the very beginning almost, which is, I think you asked, is it reasonable to have developers pay for the cost of these studies? And I absolutely think it is. I took a quick look online and I see that acreage out in the county, 4 or 5 miles out from the city, is in fact selling for $25,000 to $35,000. I'm just rough figure per acre. So if you're talking a couple $1,000s for a study for like even a 6-lot division, that's certainly not unreasonable.
Can I comment on
Yeah,
that?
these concerns, maybe we should be doing it.
To comment, thank you for the numbers. That's great. I didn't realize the land was even that expensive yet. Wow, I should have bought more land.
We all think that.
Yeah, they're not making any more, are they? I understand, and there's this part of me that says, yeah, it's on the developer. But it kind of seems like the county needs some guidelines that depending on the state, it seems like me that we could develop some reasonable guidelines that exceed state standards and serve as a model and sort of share this out. Because if I'm a developer, I'm going to come back and say, look, I'm bringing some high quality individuals into the county who are going to pay taxes on their land. And I know what my tax bill is, and it keeps going up no matter what I say to the assessor. And so there's some benefit to the county. And so I'm a little closer to sharing the burden on this. That's one. And two, to Keith's points, this is, if you're, to kind of merge the points here, if you're going to just look at upslope, up gradient of your development, that's nice. But there's a wider impact. There's a cumulative impact going on. And it would be really great if the planning and zoning and county planning could say to potential developers, here's some guidance, here's some background already. We've kind of looked at this. We've got some general rules or regulations. Maybe that's a little too strong, but strong suggestions based on this is a good place, this is a bad place, this is a place you're going to have to go enhance, this is a place you're going to have to go to central instead of enhanced. It just seems to me that would be a real benefit to people who have land and are thinking about the various options. And kind of back to Mara's point, if it's a wind developer, they've got their agenda. If it's a home developer, they've got their agenda, but the county should have an agenda. And they should merge together, and it should be a negotiated kind of thing. So I'm kind of on the side of, I think, I'd love to have David sort of mull this over and come back and say, I got a straw man to put up here, to start the discussion, and just quit worrying about DEQ, because, man, I would love to have an educational session from them. I'd love to hear what they have to say. But past that point, I'm just skeptical that DEQ is going to bring us any joy.
I would just mention too that in our subdivision regulations, I don't believe the word nitrates even in there. We do not regulate nitrates in our subdivision regulations. They are not in there. The only place that we regulate nitrates at all, and it's via more like pointing to the state standards is in our zoning regulations with the aquifer protection overlay zone. So somebody comes out, west of town and puts in a subdivision, that 10 milligrams per liter, if it's goes up and above, if maybe the DEQ says something about it, but that 10 milligrams per liter is a standard that's based on not, polluting public water supplies. There's no public water supplies to pollute west of town, So, I'm all in favor of, coming up with a framework, some standards, to get that information, because I'm in total agreement, we can't look to the state to regulate things at all. We have nuisance things that fall under the state's jurisdiction. We try to get them to help out and do things. It just doesn't, if you want to do something, you got to do yourself, right? That you really do. We have more skin in the game than the state does here, right? So if we really want to figure out something, then yeah, we've got to do it. We've got to do it here. I don't know what that looks like, but we've got to do it, and we can do it. So unless Matt says we can't.
Okay, yeah. Obviously, we're talking code changes and so forth. They have to be within the parameters of state statutes, but
Yeah,
but
because,
how far can we go?
yeah, just as a reminder to everyone, the county has no inherent authority. The only powers that the county has are those which are specifically delegated by state statute. And of course, that delegation is narrowly construed against the county. However, did we just adopt the state's standards for our small wastewater permit regulations?
They're
Does that
tweaks.
have nitrate in it?
It doesn't really address nitrates. It's more what it addresses is setbacks and uses perk rates to come up with how to, make sure that it perks right. There's not really a discussion in the septic regulations. The only nexus to the nitrates is through the zoning, the aquifer protection regulations.
So yeah, from our subdivision regulation statutes, 18.5 Article 3, we cannot set standards under that. We can, however, set standards which are more stringent than the state under that delegation agreement for small wastewater permitture. So how you did, you set the standards that you want in that for individual septic systems, and then you go over and you say in the subdivision resolution that all of your modeling and studies have to meet those standards. Would be the way to do that legally.
Okay, now talk us through that. I'm not hearing the difference. So there's 2 points of connection here. One is that our county wastewater engineer approves individual septic tank designs under the delegation agreement for DEQ. And there you're suggesting we can be as stringent as we please, as long as we are no less stringent than the state.
Correct.
But that we cannot at a more programmatic level say, we refuse to permit a subdivision that can't demonstrate cumulative nitrate concentration less than 5. That would be problematic. Is that what I'm hearing?
I believe so.
I would argue in favor of that approach. No,
Well, if it's forbidden in state statute, then we're not.
so when I go back and listen to the February 11th meeting that we had with DEQ, and I just happened to cite a part of the statute trying to point out to them that they had the authority to look at cumulative. And she pointed out I was looking at a statute that talked about what the county can do. I'd have to go back and listen and find the citation again, but it was, I think you can look at the state citation and say the authority is there to not have to look at the subdivision as a single thing, that we are allowed to look at it in the context of everything else going on around it to determine whether granting it is going to protect human health.
So under 18.5.6, essentially without a delegation agreement, where we take over the chapter 23 reviews, that determination of whether the septic system is is safe and adequate, is still with DEQ, not us.
Right.
We can require as much information as we possibly want, but I'm talking about, I suppose, actually setting levels.
So can I
That's-
follow on to the information?
Yes.
Because, I mean, I guess I look at this problem as a continuum of solutions from low hanging fruit. What can you do with what you have where you don't have to change a single thing? You're just looking at your regulations in a way that says, oh, we could have been asking for this the whole time. Why weren't we? Versus hiring staff. Now we got to get money, got to get an FTE, or changing the regs to add a peer review on, like we're doing for site-specific things for the aquifer. So is there just a way for us to say, you applicant, when you go in and do the Werman model, we don't want you to use the 40 milligrams per liter effluent. We want you to use the number we generated from our contracted study of septic tanks where we got a number of 55 milligrams per liter. Can we say, we want you to do your flow rate based on not the census of how many people are living there now, but you're building a house with 6 bedrooms and we should be stress testing the aquifer as though every one of those bedrooms was filled. I mean, so can we set limits or constraints on what goes into the Werman model so that we're getting a better reflection of what's really going on? I mean, 40 is a really generous effluent number, in my opinion. We have a number from our own study that we could cite and go to court over of 55. I mean, if you can find defensible numbers, can we just be saying in the application, you got to use these numbers for our county when you do your chapter 23?
There is a nuance to be made between that and something like the 10 milliliter nitrate level, because that's a cutoff, that's a standard. I think what you're providing, we're not necessarily dictating the results or saying the standard, but we are just saying this is the information that you have to use.
We're trying to get
So-
more predictable results from the Werman model that you can come a little closer to feeling like maybe you can hang your hat on, instead of like the numbers, when you really look at what the applicants are putting in, it's all over the place. And so if there was a way to constrain that, would that get us closer to seeing more things tip over on the side of, you need enhanced treatment? Your DEQ is going to say, you have an adverse determination here. I mean, so I go back to the DEQ meeting where Commissioner Gosar was asking, what can we do to give you the data to put in the model? And their answer back, I'm afraid to say, unfortunately, was very bureaucratic, because it got us onto the tangent of QA/QC plans and data collection. And it's like they're willing to let a PERC test number go through a model calculation. And then this idea that QA/QC matters suddenly rings hollow to me, so I guess I'm just trying to figure out, what can we do to make sure quality data is going in? Because it just puts us a little more tightening it up without adding to reg changes right now.
So in Matt, under 18.5.315 provisional use minimum, did you look at that or? Okay, because that gives us the right to impose stricter subdivision regulations than what the minimum standard is.
More restrictive, yes, but there is nothing in 18.5.306 that says subdivisions have to meet 10 milliliters.
But if we
all our regulation is based on is the information that we need to see. Okay.
So we
It's
can't,
more informational than like standard.
we can't add a requirement to do a report that shows us that they're under a certain, nitrate level. Is that what you're saying? We can't add that to what's there?
We could, but we would have to do that through.
You don't think through the
small wastewater
Okay.
regulations.
Because that's not how I ever read this, but obviously.
It's a little,
I always thought that we could go above and beyond. As long as we met the minimum standards, we could go above and beyond and ask for whatever information we needed to make sure a subdivision meets adequacy.
it's just without that DEQ authorization, the ultimate determination of safety and adequacy is not without that delegation agreement.
And that's about the design of individual septic systems. So I guess just to maybe give this hypothetical to shoot at, could we, we the county, in the interest of promoting the general welfare, morals, or whatever it is, say, in this zone, we will require enhanced septic systems.
Absolutely.
Okay. By
That'd be understood.
That would be understandable.
I've got a question for our legal staff.
Please.
And at what point do changes in our regulation require DEQ's review of the delegation agreement? What's the language in that agreement? And that was my question, is because it is a delegation agreement, I assume that they have some point at which they conduct a review too.
Yeah, so
The delegation agreement is specific with the
small, yeah, that's
well,
specific to the
wastewater.
small wastewater regulations.
We're talking about something under subdivision regulations.
Yes,
Or zoning,
or zoning.
that would be much more programmatic, broader than, Fred, you have to have a septic tank leach field footprint of 113 square feet. That's what the delegation agreement is about, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But I would say for that also, that's where we could put that 10 milliliters in that.
I guess then how would we use the subdivision? So subdivision, some guy comes in and wants to do 10 lots. We just approve that based on what DEQ says. And then when they come back and we're like, oh, you know what? Now we're looking at our wastewater regulations, and you're not going to be able to put in that many septics on this. You can put in 5 out of the 10, I mean, it needs to be upfront, right? The subdivision is more of the planning of what the land's going to develop to be, It would be problematic unless we could connect the subdivisions with the wastewater regulations, I guess. If that's what we have to do.
I just want to make a comment that I'm still hung up on Commissioner Kennedy's comment that he'd have the US EPA Region 8, 6, 8, I guess we're 8, aren't we?
8 is Denver.
Starting to have authority here in Albany County. I just don't even want to go there.
Well, and that's the same as the city of Laramie's water treatment and water sewer treatment plant. They're under the jurisdiction essentially of US EPA. And actually, I've been around long enough to remember when the state actually took that delegated authority on portions of that because of the burden that it was placing on the smaller entities to comply with US EPA. And so the state eventually did take that authority that they could take. Wyoming traditionally is pretty loath to take that away because it shifts the cost burden from US EPA to the state. And so one of the other fields I work in, we're the only state that doesn't have delegated authority on some aspects of pesticides, just because the states has said that they're not willing to take that cost. So, yeah, at some point you will fall under them or another section of DEQ to evaluate your water and your water treatment plants.
Where EPA comes in is under public water supplies. And those are defined by if you provide more than 30 people, 50% of their water in a year.
Yeah.
The criteria that transient non-community supplies. None of those apply to any subdivisions, which are just individuals. You can drink dirty ditch water if you want to.
But it would apply. It certainly would apply if I, as a developer, were to apply for, 15 lots and have a central water system. And,
Well, if whatever the threshold is to be a public
Yeah.
water supply.
Yeah.
That's exactly. Okay. This is a great discussion, given the advanced hour. I'm sympathetic to us terminating.
Since I'm going to have to bail out here very
I
soon,
think we're gonna
and
lose
up on
this
some.
But how do we proceed with this, comrades? We need a work session, or is this my goal here was just to get some thinking going around, and I'm hearing a lot of sympathy for trying to get our arms around at least the cumulative impacts. And I'm also hearing, and I'm sympathetic that DEQ is not going to be the vehicle for that, so that it's a challenge that we want to take on.
Can I?
Please.
So regarding the DEQ, I would be a proponent for, instead of giving up on the relationship, trying to figure out how to improve it. I mean, they came here for the work session, and I felt like it was a sincere effort for both parties to be reaching towards each other to figure things out, and that it would be appropriate to circle back and sit down and say, can we meet with you again? It sounds like you could give us technical support on developing policy. That's what I heard them say they could do for us. They're not going to tell us what to do, but they can give us technical support, whatever that may be. But because they sounded, first of all, our agreement with them goes back to 1984 or something like that, right? So it's due for an update no matter what. But how flexible are they at doing Chapter 23 things the way we want to see them done if we meet together and I mean, because so if you start going into enhanced treatment and advanced treatment, they're on your team no matter what, right? Because they have to review that. So we want to have a strong team with the DEQ, and we're frustrated that it's not working. But I don't think we want to bail on that. I think we got to just keep hammering on creating a relationship and having them understand what we're hoping to see, because they just might not understand. They hear us talk about the Casper Aquifer, and that's probably why they did what they did with Spotted Horse. But they're not hearing us say, we're also concerned about all the well users who are pulling up everything above that. And so I think if we just can pull them more into a different mindset. I'm just like, I think following up with another meeting would be a good thing, so they don't forget about us. And we try to repair our relationship.
Well, informally, that is proceed, and that's the overtures I've made to and they in return. So though I think that they're listening, I'm skeptical that they are going to change their analysis. That they would be delighted if we were to say something like, nothing but enhanced septic systems in Albany County. I'm not promoting that, but I think they would say, whoa, you guys go. So those are the avenues that we'll need to explore, is whether we can, under our codes, create the environment that they'll be supportive of. But we'll see. But I don't think they could change what they do under Chapter 23. That's a rule change in DEQ. And that too can happen, but boy, that's a tough.
I would have a suggestion. I echo Commissioner Hanning's hope that DEQ would step up to the plate. I think you want to exhaust that well first, because it might be useful. It's a good exercise regardless. I remain skeptical. I think the county's going to have to do it. So I think in conjunction with that effort, it might be neat to kind of see our legal support, this group right here, say, what else can we do? Which I think is what the chairman's been driving at. What are our options? And that would be nice to have them all on the table, and then figure out if it's really a couple $1,000s a home. I think you could ask the developers to bear that. If it's really $20,000 or $30,000 a home, I think, that's a different situation. So I'd like some clarity on that too, so we know what we're talking about. And just put lots of ideas on the table. I think right now is the first step. If the county staff thinks this is a reasonable idea to explore, then let's explore it. Let's find out what our legal options are. Like I say, I'm trying to work out the nuances right now between the things that have been presented, as what we can legally do and what we can't do and things like that. But I think having everything on the table might shake a few things loose. And again, what's the goal here? The goal is to have good water quality in Albany County for all the residents now and in the future as we grow. That's the bottom line. And to encourage people to come and live here and, have good water. Because without good water, you know, what's your house worth when your well breaks? I can tell you. Zippo.
So sure.
Folks, I gotta run, or I'm gonna get to spend an extra day here, so good luck all.
No problem.
Have a good flight.
And then Commissioner Kennedy, we'll keep that procedures issue on the agenda for next time and go around that. And we got to wrap this up, but let me ask Mr. Kirch one question. As the aquifer regulations moved forward, Commissioner Gosar was promoting the possibility of setting up a fund to maybe split the costs of upgrading septic systems on the aquifer. Did anything ever come of that? Where does that stand? Is it being pursued?
That was a proposal that I actually took to them to use some of the ARPA fund,
Right.
But it didn't pass muster. We didn't get any money for that. So
the application was made and turned down.
It wasn't really an application. It was more like the Board of County Commissioners. They prioritized things, and that didn't make the cut that I'm aware of. I don't know. I mean, it kind of got. I'm not sure where all the ARPA stuff went. I think maybe some of the rules changed too. I don't know. But it didn't get funded, at least at that point. That is something that we can continue to look into. I mean, possibly grants or something like that. But I know that, so there was a county, what is it, Fremont County? There's a county in Idaho, I think it's Fremont County, that they actually got this nice sized federal grant to deal with some septic systems and things in different areas. And I believe some of the funding was for something like that to help with, maybe it was even removing the septics and putting in like a centralized system or whatever. But so there may be funding in the future for something like that. But I mean, that's not something that we received any funding for.
So there's no active program
No,
to do that. Okay.
no, there's not. So.
All right. Because that's something that.
Can I follow on to
yes.
ask about the, I had emailed you to ask about the state revolving fund.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's just a chance for the county to think about pursuing, like you can get a 20-year loan at a 2.5% rate.
Right.
I think EPA or not EPA, the federal government sometimes can tend to forgive some of the principal expenditures. And so you're not always having to pay back the whole loan. But it was a topic that came up at our DEQ work session, was what could the county be doing to solve any of our problems with the state revolving fund. And, it sounds like you could write a grant that's very generally worded to, like, investigate nitrate contamination in the Casper Aquifer. I think it can be pretty general, and then you get a placeholder in line to get the loan money, while you hone out the details of what is it you want to do. Do we want, are we needing a groundwater monitoring system in place that gives us the data to defend decisions about why we're going to be requiring enhanced treatment? I mean, so would having a monitoring system in place give the county the data they need to be able to make defensible decisions about how people want to run things? And they have clean water and drinking water. So like Michael was bringing up earlier, this idea that are we eventually going to have to look at either running city lines out to form water districts for these people, or a water district off of their own private, some Mondo mega producer well that nobody has because UW has theirs and the city has theirs. What is the solution? But if we don't get a placeholder in, then and maybe the county doesn't want to go get loans. Maybe we're a loan averse county. But it just for the duration of the loan and the low interest rate, it seems like a pretty good deal for the county to try to move in the direction that some of the commissioners are hoping to do for those property owners in the APOZ who are being told they might have to go off a septic tank and onto advanced treatment. So we're just like, if we're going to get the ball rolling on that stuff on our neighbors, then what can we be doing to come with the cavalry with money? And I can only think of the revolving loan fund, and I don't know if the grant person at the county has time to look into whether that's worthwhile or not.
Yeah, and we'd have to see, I mean, all that stuff is project dependent too. It would have to meet their criteria. But I think that our grants person is aware of it. It did come up in another meeting, like I think Board of County Commissioner brought it up as well. So I'll keep going down that hole and see if there is something that we can use it for. I mean,
know it's a fund meant to help rural communities figure out what they're going to do about their problems.
We don't get a whole lot of loans. I'll tell you that I don't think I've ever heard of a loan that we've got. I mean, we bond our money that we're going to get that's going to come in through the special purpose tax and those types of things, but we don't typically go out and get money through loans.
Yes, so I didn't know if that was a popular idea.
Those types of things. And I don't know, I really don't know where the Board of County Commissioners would be on that, if they want to, do a loan. And if, I guess, what would they want to do with that? I mean, if we wanted to do some kind of the program that we were talking about or whatever, and got loan money for that to then give to people, to offset the cost of enhanced systems or whatever, I mean.
Yeah, it's a very broad program, because you could even ask just for money for developing county policy.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's, maybe we'd have to talk to the DEQ guy to make sure that I'm not making stuff up.
Right.
But my experience in the past in state government was, boy, if you were a community looking for help, the revolving loan fund was a person who was trying to figure out how to help you.
Sure.
That they weren't like, no, we can't help you. It was like, well, let's look at how we can help you. So it's just another avenue to look
Well,
into.
what was the story that was it 319 by or something that the septic system study was done?
I think so. That sounds about right.
So, yeah, I forget the number, but
Oh,
that was just a
319.
grant.
Yeah.
Right, that would have been a 319 clean water grant, probably.
And that's.
Or 205J, I think it was.
Maybe it's, I don't know, 67.
There's a letter in it too.
There's
Yeah, I
something
don't
there
know.
somewhere.
But yeah, we got a grant for that. I mean, maybe that's something we could try again too. I mean, that was something a past district engineer for DEQ had suggested, and then we followed their suggestion. And I would echo what you said about the state funding and that type. Those folks are when we got that grant. Actually, it's Jennifer Zingmont. She was over that program at the time. She was so great to work with. She was just wonderful, and she just helped us all the way through the process. Supported us. And now she's the higher up, the
Administrator of water quality.
administrator. Yeah. So, she's a great lady. She was great to work with. So.
Okay, so how do we proceed? Maybe this was not suitable to tack on the end of a regular meeting, but I mean, we were all putting a ton of time into this, but I hope it's a good purpose. Is this a work session, or what's the thinking of the commissioners? Long meetings,
To me,
more
as a
meetings.
non-expert, this is a big enough topic, it ought to be a special meeting.
Well, it is unfortunate for the applicants that we keep going off on this topic on the backs of their projects. Though pertinent to the decision-making of their projects,
I think we should have something separate, and to echo Commissioner Hanning, we don't need to put this on the backs of the applicants and the staff. We can put a separate load on the staff.
We got plenty of it.
well, it's not 10 o'clock yet.
Okay, well, I'm ready to call it quits. What says you guys? Don't let me.
I move that we, what do I move? I move that we're done. For tonight.
Like I'm a Robert's Rules runner somewhere. I suspect that's it. All right. Well, so to lots of thoughts. Keep them coming. David and Joe continue to point out just that they've got a lot on their plate, but some of that's going to resolve itself over here in the coming months. So maybe and I'll continue to have my liaison with DEQ and kind of see where that goes, and looking towards something a little grander by way of a meeting. I mean, I love that meeting they came to, but in fairness, there was a bunch of stuff put in the parking lot where it
Yeah, the parking
remains.
lot got quite
Yep.
full.
Lots of questions unanswered.
I'd like to put in a placeholder also, to borrow Laura's term. We've talked a lot about water. I actually think these building codes are important. And I'd like to see us talk about that some more in the future. I did talk to Derek a little bit this morning, Derek Tenney. I thought about this a little bit, and I do think it's important.
And there was a time, and it's too bad that Mr. Kennedy's left us, that you guys, well, not Joe, but Mr. Gertz will remember, this commission had a list of projects to work on. I think David Cunningham kind of organized it and then prioritized, this is something we want to do and this is something we want to do, but it was a much more proactive stance for planning and zoning, which has traditionally been pretty much reactive to applicants come in and we give them the thumbs up or thumbs down. I think I asked about that in a previous meeting and your reaction was, yeah, nothing ever really came of that. Is that a good idea? Should we develop a list for ourselves, prioritize it, put some timelines to it? We want to get some zoning done by X.
I think it's a good idea. I like priorities, I have lists.
Big deadlines.
Deadlines.
I mean, put the projects that are already on there so we can get those off first. And then
That's right.
They're always pushing everything else off.
Like your to-do list, right? You go to knock things off and then you realize you didn't put things on that you actually did.
Yes, I put them on and then take them off. All right.
Do you have more preliminary plats and final plats coming together right now, Joe? Is there another slug of them coming our way just to be?
There's some in the pipeline. There's some final plats that we're waiting on. There's some preliminary, potentially and final together, I guess, that we know are coming eventually. Summers are always busy.
Yeah.
People are always like, it's summer, we can do something now.
Right.
Not that that's necessarily the best idea. I mean, if it was up to me, they'd get it done in the winter so they could
Right, so they can
build
bring
it in the
around.
summer. But
Amen.
I mean, there's always enough evidence.
I plot all these on Google Earth as they come in. Yeah, it is impressive. Just over my brief tenure, we've built a constellation of little yellow pins on. Google Earth. Okay, hearing no objections, we're adjourned.
Are we setting a special meeting?
You're not, we'll be thinking about it. And our next meeting,
Sounds good.
the regular scheduled meeting will be July 13, 5 o'clock. To be continued. Thank you for your patience. There's just a lot of great thinking here on how to get our arms around it and move it forward. Just challenge.
Michael, thank you for your support on this issue.
Yeah, and Michael's gonna go listen to Joe, whether he likes it or not.
Well, I'm not sure what I was getting thanked for. For not saying more.
Thank you.
It's great that you met with Derek about code stuff.
Well, I mean, there's different things that interest us.
Yeah, yeah.